Half a day and welcome everyone to the Guam Congress Building. The Committee on Health, Land, Justice, and Culture is now called to order. Today's Wednesday, May 17, 2023, and the time is about 5:17 p.m. In compliance with the Open Government Law, notices for this oversight hearing were published through KUM radio ad on Wednesday, May 10, 2023, in the Guam Daily Post on Thursday, May 11, 2023, and on Monday, May 15, 2023, and on the Government of Guam Public Notice Portal on Wednesday, May 10, 2023, and Monday, May 15, 2023. This hearing is being live streamed on the Guam Legislature's YouTube channel. Notice was sent to all senators and to all main media broadcasting outlets on those same days. I'll first introduce the agenda for today's hearing and a summary of the issue before we receive testimony from the panel. After panel testimony, we will open the floor for questions and comments from the senators. Individuals testifying, pretty much one rule, please state your name for the record, so that because we have to transcribe all these proceedings, so we just want to keep remembering who was talking while they're transcribing. I haven't put time limits on the testimony, but I just want everyone to be cognizant that there are quite a few people signed up to testify. They're in the room right now. And there are, of course, senators who want to ask questions of those people. So just bear that in mind. I want to acknowledge the presence of my colleagues, beginning with our Senator Chris Barnett, Senator Joe San Augustine, Senator Roy Kanata, and Senator Frank Blas Jr., our Vice Speaker, Tina Munya Barnes. I want to thank all of you who are here today. I know all of your testimony is very important, so we'll get to it as soon as we can. So, very brief summary that I'm going to provide. As you know, we've had other oversight hearings in regards to this exact topic, that is the location of the new hospital. We've had other hearings on financing of the new hospital, Senator San Augustine's bill and other bills regarding related issues. So today, we want to follow up on the location of the new hospitals that have been assessed. And my understanding is that there have been assessments done by the Guam Healthcare Task Force, which is a group established by law of government agencies and some other officials who looked at these properties together with the agencies contributed to that assessment. And then that the assessment was also supposed to be done by Matrix as part of their contract. They have a task order number 9.2, which is to analyze preferred sites. And from the minutes of the Healthcare Task Force, I can see that they were given a list of a couple preferred sites, and I can't tell exactly. In the minutes, it says there were 2. But there was another report about the meeting that listed 4 sites. So we'll talk about this later. The Matrix Task 9.2, which is the Analyze Preferred Sites, is not uploaded on the website yet. We're going to confirm this with Gita. But it does say that it is complete. All right. So the Guam Healthcare Task Force analyzed some sites, and we have a list of those. We'll put those up in a little while. And they narrowed the location of the medical center down to their 4 recommendation to be Advocacy, which is 102 acres, Andy South, 395 acres, Eagles Field, 102 acres, and the hospital's current location combined with the old site above the Hilton, 45 acres total. This all began because of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which assessed the existing Guam Memorial Hospital facility in November 2019 and recommended Guam build a replacement hospital at a cost at that time of $743 million, instead of spending $761 million to renovate the current facility. Their estimates, however, did not include the cost of land acquisition, land preparation, or the cost of bringing power to any site or other utilities. So as you know, I've put in the agenda today that we are going to discuss the viability of using what I call SATPON point, and then I put parentheses YPAO point and OCA point, because this property has gone by different names for different purposes. The family tells me this, and I want to make it clear because some people in the media have this confused. I am not talking tonight about the existing hospital site. That is pretty much, the Army Corps of Engineers has told us that to try to construct while we are trying to operate on that same site would be very, very problematic and very difficult. So we're talking about using the old hospital site. And this, if we could put the map, well, I think they're working on another map, but if we could just put the first map up for now. Thank you. Oh, are they able to do that now or not? All right, we'll get to it. Okay, we'll talk about, I want to show everyone the difference. So there's an OCA point, there is a SATPON point, and there is an YPAO point. All right, so, but we're talking tonight about particularly the old hospital site, the one where the current land now also contains Sagan Couture Chamorro. It's also the site that was designated by law to put the Nafta ni Mananata. And it's a property that originally was Perez family, its property. On March 28, 2023, the governor issued a press release disputing YPAO Point and stated that YPAO Point is too small for Guam's growing needs and unable to fit a public health facility, behavioral health center, or new veterans clinic on the same site, forcing our government to, once again, turn its back on the most vulnerable members of our community. Forcing construction on this site would also disrupt the operations of the Chamorro Cultural Center, Sagan Couture Chamorro. There were also statements in the media, and this is another thing that we're going to try to get on the table tonight with facts, where the governor said to K57 on May 8, 2023, that she was seeking for the military to pay for the hospital. She stated that Tamuning is limited and there is no room to expand. Furthermore, that it was a one-time opportunity where the federal government works with the local government. She also states that this was a lost opportunity and worked to get the federal government to fund a new hospital. On February 21, 2023, in Guam Pacific Daily News, the governor stated that the federal funding to pay for the hospital would come from the military. We have done FOIAs and other requests for information, and that information has not been solidified to our knowledge, and that's why we were having this hearing. We want to see that information as well. In regards to every site that has been analyzed, which sites are eligible or not eligible for federal funding. All right, so we're going to begin. Oh, there. Not this map. Next map. Next map. Okay, this map, if you look, this map I'm using because the words show best. So this is only to show you the different points, the OCA point, SATPON point, and YPAO point. So SATPON point, according to this map, is the current Guam Memorial Hospital site. And YPAO point is above YPAO. It's the current site of the Sagan Couture Chamorro. And according to the Director of Land Management, these names are what he uses as well, and so he will talk about that in his testimony, but I just want to point this out to you. So I put in my notice SATPON Point, but if you use this map, I'm talking about YPAO Point, okay? But there are different reasons why these different names are used, okay? So we'll also hear about that, I'm sure. Okay. I just don't want anyone to be confused. So we're going to talk today not about the current Guam Memorial Hospital, but that other, on this map, YPAO Point. Okay. All right, so let's begin. We have Ken Leon Guerrero, John Paris, Jonathan Savares, Dr. Tom Shea, Dr. Ho Nguyen, the Director of Land Management, when he's ready, he's putting up some slides, and the Director of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, Ms. Tyron. There you are. Is there I think there's space for the Director of Land Management and for you. But if you don't mind, could I ask Gita to come up first? If we could get Gita. So Gita here signed up is no one. Yes, sorry, Diego Mendiola. Just one from Gita, right, Diego? Okay. So we've got Diego, and we'll wait for the Director of Land Management. Thank you. All right. All right, so we begin. Mr. Leon Guerrero.
I'm Ken Leon Guerrero, citizen, community advocate, and I have been involved in this process since 2010. So to start with, the purpose here is to select a site for a new hospital. We need to do a reality check. We have a population of 150,000 people, and in 2018, only 62,000 people were employed in 109,000 jobs. That's not a very big economy. And since the pandemic, I'm sure those numbers are substantially less when we consider how many people left. So whatever we do, we have to remember that our economy is deteriorating. Well, we're only at 41% of where the head count of tourists is expected to be. And when we compare that with Asia, where they've said in Asia, the tourism this past year, tourism has, even though the numbers are good, there are 100 million people traveled around Asia, the average spend was $70, down from over 400. So we can't count on our tax revenues being able to build a gold-plated building. So we need to look at, could we run the slideshow? We need to deal with the reality of the hand we are dealt. And that is that next slide. We need to focus on these three things as we move forward on a site selection. Location is very important. And what we need to do is limit our sites to areas of land that Guam already owns, because there's no reason why we need to go out and spend $7 million to buy a piece of property we already own or lease a piece of property we already own when we have a number of pieces of property that we already own. The next thing we need to look at is logistics, because the logistics of delivering medical care are very important when we have a distributed medical system like we do here on here in Guam. Here on Guam, about 80% of our health care is through private clinics. So we need to make sure that anything we do with a new hospital is built to support the private clinics, which takes us back to location. About 90% of our private medical investment is located in the Tamuning corridor. Leverage. We need to leverage the assets we have already invested a lot of money in, and our private medical practitioners have invested a lot of money in. We asked them to come to Guam, start practices, build their practices, and they did. They've spent millions of dollars in the process. We, as a community, have spent millions of dollars in road work, utilities, and everything, so we need to cite where we're going. Next slide. As someone who has been in this game for a while, I believe that the optimal site is the old hospital site, where we're looking at altogether about 30 acres of land up there, and it is well within the footprint of the medical community we already have. It already has roadway, water, power, sewer running to it. But if for some reason that site wasn't available, we have another, next slide, we have another site here in Tamuning that would do just as good. We could move the Tamuning Elementary School and LBJ schools and build on that site, which would keep the footprint here in Tamuning and put roadway access, water, power, utilities, and we wouldn't have to pay for it. If we're going to pay for anything, we can include the cost of building new schools, maybe up at Oka Point. Next slide. Right here in Tamuning, we also have another building, the Hakabotan building, the Tropic Color. That site right there is big enough to build a hospital on that would keep the new hospital within the existing medical community and provide the logistical support between Seventh-day Adventist Clinic, FHP Clinic, all the other clinics, and provide close and easy access to all the doctors who have offices in the related buildings. Next slide. Now, we also could build on the old site. I disagree with the Army Corps of Engineers who claim that it would be difficult to build on the site. You see that parking lot right there in the middle between the Wellness Center and the hospital? We could build a new hospital right there on that parking site, and we could move parking down to the old GMH and just have a shuttle running back and forth. We'd have more parking over there at the old GMH site than we have at the current GMH site, and then it would be easy to conduct the construction because we would not be interrupting the operations of the existing building, and we could build right there. And we'd have access to all the millions and nearly $1 billion of infrastructure that has been put in place there. Next slide. Now, this is not impossible because here we have Kapi'olani Women and Children. They're building on a 4-acre lot. I think the hospital site, including parking, is somewhere around 25 acres. They're building a new hospital over the existing hospital. They're going from a 209 beds to 253. They're going from a 12,000 square foot neonatal intensive care unit to a 50,000 square foot. But as anyone who's ever parked there before, we will appreciate the fact they're going from 308 parking stalls to 1,000 on 4.8 acres. That parking lot at GMH is probably around 12 acres. Next slide. There's an aerial view of the 4.8 acres of Kapi'olani Women and Children that is undergoing construction right now as we speak. Next slide. This is one of my favorites. I used to work next door to this building, Straub Hospital and Clinic. They're on a 5-acre lot. They're going from 200,000 square feet under roof to 760,000 square feet. They're going from 159 beds to 260 beds. And they're also putting a training facility in there because apparently they've got some programs in there that they're putting a floor of educational facilities in there. They're going from 400 parking stalls to 1,650 parking stalls on 5 acres. So that proves that we could build a brand new hospital on the site of the existing hospital without disrupting existing hospital operations if for some reason we didn't build it on what I think would be a better site, which would be the YPAO Point property. But there's a more important factor that this body needs to take into consideration. Next slide. This is my granddaughter, 4 months, 7 days old. Now, when I got involved in this, next slide, 10 years ago, I met Tom Shea for the first time when we were testifying on building or renovating and upgrading labor and delivery services. I think we attended 3 or 4 public hearings, and it took a year to pass a law. And to this date, that law, even though it's been on the books, has not done anything to improve the labor and delivery services. Now, this is why this is important. The site selection, groundwork, infrastructure, and everything are going to take maybe 10 years maybe longer based on how the economy goes. But since I met Tom Shea, 36,000 children have been born at Guam Memorial Hospital since that law was passed. 36,000 children have been born, and not a single thing has been done. I asked my daughter-in-law to rate her experience at the Guam Memorial Hospital labor and delivery. She said she rates the facility 0 out of 10, does not recommend, recommends the staff 10 out of 10. But the facility 0 out of 10, and we have no choice. So I'm glad 12 was passed. I'm glad 13 was passed because it's going to make sure that we can bring some common sense in. I disagree 100% with the healthcare report because the healthcare master plan was put together by people who really didn't have skin in the game, no input from the community whatsoever, and that was done under a contract that was originally issued to design the Agana restoration. So that report is flawed. I read the report and I didn't agree with any of it, especially the part where their vision is a $3 to $5 billion public expenditure. What we need is a site as soon as possible within the affordability of the people of Guam at a location that makes logistical sense considering the investments, the private medical community, which carries 80% of the workload, has made, and on a piece of ground we owe. But in the meantime, I encourage the senators of the 38th to do what the 32nd, the 33rd, 34th, 35th, and 36th failed to do, which is to fix the current labor and delivery operations, because by the time we break ground, another 30,000 children will be born on this island. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leon Guerrero. Mr. Perez, John Perez.
John Perez, Speaker. My testimony will be extremely brief. Madam Speaker, members of the legislature, distinguished guests, and the people of Guam. Thank you for the opportunity to express our views on SATPON Point as a prospective hospital site. As a family representative of the original landowner, Mr. Frank D. Perez, we support the people of Guam's desire for a new and state-of-the-art hospital campus at SATPON Point or any site deemed appropriate by the governing review committees to serve the best interests of the stakeholders as well as the people of Guam. I have written testimony provided as well to offer the genesis of Hospital Point, because it is a rather lengthy document. I prefer to just offer you a brief statement. Thank you very much.
Could you maybe summarize?
I'm sorry?
Could you summarize, or else just go ahead, if that's your testimony, and read it?
That is my testimony.
Please,
Yeah.
can you read it?
The written testimony?
Yes.
It's rather lengthy. I could say that it basically is based on the Carlton Skinner affidavit that was dated quite a while back. I don't have the, actually I do. Carlton Skinner offered an affidavit to express his views on the transaction that occurred between the then new government of Guam and Frank D. Perez, the landowner of the hospital area. Carlton Skinner approached Manny Guerrero. Carlton Skinner, let me back up. He decided he would like to create a government of Guam, a citizens' government of Guam. At the time, the Navy ran the government of Guam. He decided to build upon the civilian government of Guam. He wanted to have a hospital for the people of Guam. The hospital at the time that the Navy offered for the civilians was very little more than just a ward. There were several steel buildings, I will call them Quonset huts if my memory recalls, in the Tuning area. That was actually the original Guam Memorial Hospital that was under Navy purview. He approached the Navy Secretary and wanted to ask if there could be a participation between the practitioners, civilian practitioners of Guam, and the Navy practitioners in the Navy hospital. The person in charge, Chief of Navy, decided that would be not in his best interest. And so Governor Skinner decided to look for a site. He approached Manny Guerrero, the then acting director of land management, who ultimately became the governor of Guam, asked him to look for a site. Manny Guerrero approached my father, Frank Perez, and decided that there was an optimal site where what we call SATPON Point, Oka Point, Hospital Point, and he negotiated a less than favorable fee for the land area in exchange for equipment that the military had surplus at the time that it was just going to be disposed of. At that time, the Navy was okay with the arrangement. However, later on, they decided that that was not going to happen, and they pulled back on the arrangement. The Governor Skinner at the time realized that having the surplus equipment from the military would be a benefit, not just in preparing the site for Hospital Point, but also for the entire government of Guam and all the future projects that the government of Guam would have on the island. Subsequent to that, with the military reneging on the agreement on the military equipment, Governor Skinner had no choice but to look for other alternatives. So in essence, the transaction that occurred at that time was not, by my definition, consummated in full. But again, our position here tonight is just looking for a favorable site for the people of Guam, wherever that site may be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And attached to your testimony, which I've passed out to the senators, you also attached an affidavit of then civilian governor Carlton Skinner. And so this was an affidavit executed in 1989, which talks about a little bit about the history, and I'm just going to read two excerpts from it, where he says, he approached when the admiral who was going to build a new Navy hospital, but would not service the civilian population. So it says, I offered to pay for all hospital services to the civilian population, or in the alternative, to employ doctors and nurses and others as necessary to carry our share of the joint hospital service. The admiral said that would be impossible. He could not permit civilian government employees to work in a naval hospital, and he was unwilling to arrange for joint use, reimbursed by the government of Guam. In frustration, I asked if we could employ cleaners and drivers, and he answered, absolutely not. And then he talks about the Navy building a chain link wire fence between the temporary naval hospital buildings and other buildings that were called the Guam Memorial Hospital at that time, that's as you described. But then it also goes further and says one of the most critical elements was the location of the civilian hospital that he was now going to build. It had to be accessible from the then major centers of population with reasonable access for roads and utilities. A location in Ordat was considered along with several others. However, since the naval hospital was to be located in a preferred site overlooking the ocean, we concluded that it would be wrong to bury the civilian hospital in the interior. The civilian patients were also entitled to an attractive location with beautiful views, cooling trade winds, etc. And then he describes, as you described, talking to Manny Guerrero, who was the assistant director of land management at the time, and then them talking with your father, who was the landowner of SATPON Point, according to this, and as we know, the rest is history. So, Sitos Masi for your testimony, Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Speaker.
And I want to acknowledge the other family members that are also here. Thank you for being here. Jonathan Tavares.
Hafide, thank you, Madam Speaker, Senator Barnett, Senator Blas, Vice Speaker Munoz Barnes, Senator San Augustine, for putting this together. My name is Jonathan Tavares. Let me begin with what I'm not. I'm not a doctor. I'm not an economist. I'm a person, I'm a civilian of this island who knows and believes that GMH is degrading. Let's be honest, Mr. Leon Guerrero, Dr. Shave, they've been on this journey for 10 plus years now. We can't even get a labor and delivery ward. Recently, we've seen the ceiling over there leaking. Mr. Perez, thank you to your family for providing a piece of property for the island of Guam and our community to use out of the generosity of your from the generosity of your family for the greater good of our community. And the reality is, if this is the desire of your family, and this has always been my position, if this is the desire of the family and this is what the family gave this property for, let's continue that desire for that family to help continue to help the community how they can with the resources that they provided for our island. So I have this crazy idea. Let's renovate GMH. Let's renovate GMH and turn that into something that we know we can use long term. Guess what? We don't have public health. We want a new behavioral health facility. If we put in the investment into GMH and renovate that facility while we're working on a new hospital at the Perez family property, guess what? We address this situation. $71 million, Speaker. You said it was the estimated for the renovation of GMH.
$100 million.
For the renovation?
Yes.
For the total renovation, right? So if we look at $700 million and we're looking at building a medical campus, the long-term investment is fix the current facility. We want to build this campus. We need a long-term house for public health because they don't even have a home right now. We renovate the facility at GMH to get it up to standards so our people have the care that they deserve. Right now, currently, you go to GMH, you don't get that. It's musky. The roof's leaking. The facility is in dire disrepair. And if we can take some of that money, the monies that are currently sitting for the renovation, and use that begin the renovation, and at the end of it, the legislature is going to have to find the money to put a new hospital together. We have to use the money that's already in front of us to actually build on what we need to build for our people to actually have things that are going to be functional. But currently, GMH is barely functional. The employees are great. We hear it from Mr. Leon Guerrero. We hear it from a lot of people who go and use the facility. But man, to not have a facility where these employees and our community where they're going to be further exposed to other things. It's such an aging facility. But if we make that investment, now this becomes the new public health, the new behavioral health long term, because we put in that money to fix the electrical. And as this is being done, the legislature, this body that we're here in front of, has to actually worry about funding the next part of this, right? Which is developing a new hospital. And that's on you, that's on the body. But with the work of, you have the land. The land was free. We're not paying any lease. We're not going to be paying a lease. The land was taken care of by the people, by a family who loves our home. Yeah, I urge the legislature to work with the stakeholders. Tamuning has always been the hub and the epicenter of medical since I grew up. Other than Naval Hospital, where they were the outlier because, the Navy has nice view. Speaker, you were just talking about that. And I was very fortunate, recently, 10 weeks ago, my daughter was born. And I was very fortunate that we were up at Naval Hospital. But when at the same time my daughter was being born, I was getting pictures from people who were at GMH. because the leaking roof. And their family was doing the same thing we were doing up at Naval Hospital. But they couldn't be fortified a decent facility that we as a community deserve. You know, and I just urge the legislature to continue the work with the doctors, work with the people whose clinics are going to be affected, whose patients are going to be affected, who are going to have to drive instead of 2 minutes from Dr. Shea's clinic. We need to take these things into consideration. And that's all I ask of this body. You know, I'm not the expert, but at the end of the day, I know that none of us are truly experts in everything. And working together collaboratively and listening to the people will get us further than we are right now. Thank you very much.
Jesus Masi, Mr. Savares. Before the next testimony, I'd like to acknowledge that we have our Mayor, Louise Rivera, with us. Thank you, Mayor. She's the Mayor of Tamuning, Tumon, and Harmon. Thank you for being here. Dr. Tom Shea.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and the member of the legislature for the invitation. I never thought I'd be back here again, but here I am, still on Guam. Many of you probably know me as an OBGYN, but I've been a resident of Guam for going on 27 years. And looking around in this room, I think I can say I'm the oldest medical staff to be on Guam. I don't see anybody that spent more time at Guam Memorial Hospital than I have. I don't see anybody in this room that walked the halls daily as many times as I have. I walk through puddles. I walk through labor and delivery room that the door doesn't even work anymore for the last 6 months. And I did speak up. It's not that I sat quietly and let it happen. And Ken Youngaro put it best, you know, when he showed a picture of me 10 years ago. I was much younger then. But it really hits home. It really makes me feel really bad for, not for myself. I mean, I can deliver a baby in the back of a car. But I feel bad for the mothers of Guam and the babies of Guam. That's the future generation of your island. I've made Guam my home for the last 27 years. And to be honest, I'm an independent practitioner. I'm not employed by the hospital. I'm not employed by government of Guam. I came here with the United States Navy. So when Eagles Field was first brought up, I had to scratch my head. Is that why didn't they give us a call, talk to the doctors that's in the community who've been practicing for a long time? There was no input. There was not even a, hey, would you like to be involved? It was nothing, except for Madam Speaker. When you first asked, why wasn't there any transparency? And that was the exact question that many of us have asked. And that's so important in the government of Guam because you cannot lead an island without transparency. You have to lead the island with transparency. So with that being said, you know, for the last 27 years, I've seen a lot of patients and I've talked to them. Many of them are quiet. You know, the island mom and the island families are not your typical loud-speaking people. They tend to accept what they're given, but they talk to me, and they talk through me if I can be their voice to speak up. And I'm sure I've taken care of some of your family members or friends, you know, over the last 27 years. And I hope to spend another 10 years here, but it's real difficult for me to recruit any OBGYNs as a replacement. And I've talked about this 10 years ago. If labor and delivery was renovated, 10 years, how many babies that would have benefited and how many moms that would have benefited? And people standing behind me, I know they know about this because they know I've been speaking up. Even the facility leaders know what I'm talking about. But now we're talking about another stage here, talking about building a new hospital. So I want to turn my focus to that. So where my qualifications are is I've been with the Naval Hospital. I've been through their accreditation process for JCO, Joint Commission. I've also been through accreditation process in Honolulu, Hawaii, at Kapiolani, at Kaiser, and at Queens Medical Center. I'm also the formal or the past president of the medical staff. I've been in the leadership of the medical staff for many, many years. So I know what we've gone through together. And it's a difficult task for us to operate in a hospital where sometimes our voices fall to deaf ears. And, but we manage. I'm also a clinical professor at the University of Hawaii Medical School. And I still do clinical teaching here. I have residents, I have medical students, high school students, college students, and I sit on the admissions committee as an interviewer for University of Hawaii Medical School. I also have a clinic that I built that's a teaching clinic that the University of Hawaii dean of the medical school came and visited and did a site visit, and then we are currently able to do clinical teaching through our clinic. But when I took them through GMH, maternity ward, for the OBGYN side, because that's my expertise, is in that area, they were really shaking their head. And then what is going on here? How can you guys do your work here like this? It's really a shame. But be as it may, we manage. Now, I understand that even though that I was kept in the dark, a lot of my colleagues was kept in the dark with all this hospital development issue. So I was able to go online and I downloaded, I think it's about 100 pages from Gita on this Guam Medical Campus Master Plan. And I started to read on this master plan, and I sort of paused as soon as I hit the first page on the table of contents. So when I read the first page, it talked about a couple of things. It talked about a medical campus, that you want to include public health center, for one, next to the hospital, which many of us would disagree with that. And I've worked at public health. When I first came with the United States Navy, I drove down all the way from Naval Hospital down to Inarahan, and I served the people, public health in Inarahan, for about 3 years. I've seen the pregnancy, I've seen teen pregnancies there in Inarahan. And I worked there on every Saturday. It was great because they barbecue for me. Hey, Dr. Shea's coming. We got to throw him a barbecue, which was wonderful. And I love going out. It's a beautiful part of the island. And if I could do so today, I would. So I don't think public health center should be right next to the hospital. I think it should be out in the outskirts of the villages so that it's accessible to people who don't have cars, that they can get to the public health centers. So that's one point. I don't think we need to have that next to the hospital. The second point, behavioral health center, and I think others may have commented, behavioral health centers really are not next to the hospitals. Behavioral health center should be a place of tranquility. It shouldn't be what some people say like a prison. It should be in a place where mental health care can recover from a site that's not congested, like right there next to GMH. I think we can actually move that out. If you want to build a behavioral health center outside, I think that would be good. And then you can have additional property in that acres there. So I don't think behavioral health should be there. Hospital administrative space. You can have some administrative space in the hospital, that's okay. But many of the hospitals, if you compare to the island hospital in Honolulu, Hawaii, a lot of the administrative space is not in the hospital. In the hospital itself, the square footage is high demand for clinical care. Billing, etc., can be done outside of the hospital, administrative, outside of the hospital. They don't have to be where we're there taking care of patients. Okay, so that's marked there. I'm still on the table of contents on the Gita, that space there. Pharmacy, yeah, we need a pharmacy in a hospital, but it doesn't mean that they want a freestanding pharmacy right next door. Center of Disease Control Lab. Now, that's something I actually researched a little bit. I don't think we need a big lab that's right next to the hospital either. And take, for example, Honolulu, Hawaii, where I trained. None of the hospitals have a big lab next to the hospital. None. In fact, DLS, which is DLS Guam, who we all know of here, I toured their facility. Their facility is not next to Straub, it's not next to Kapilani. Their main laboratory facility is in Aiea. Aiea, home of the elites. That's by Aloha Stadium. That's way out of the hospital outskirts. You don't need a CDC lab next to the hospital. Assisted living. We do need assisted living. But that does not need to be next to the hospital either. VA facility. I'm a veteran. Veterans can go to private clinics. I have access to that. What we should be doing is working with the private clinics to accept veterans. So encourage the healthcare in the population that we have with veterans on Guam, myself, to have access to the private clinics. So the VA is actually a federal responsibility. It's not Gov Guam. I mean, if you want to make it a Gov Guam responsibility, that's okay, but I think you have enough on your plate to take care of. But that's a federal responsibility. That does not need to be next to the new Guam Memorial Hospital. I'm still on the table of contents. Medical provider offices. That's already set. We all have offices there. You don't have to build an office for us. But in this project overview, the medical campus, I don't see a hospital. The table of contents from 1.3-1 to 1.3-9, I don't see a hospital. It just talks about medical campus requirements. So from there, I actually did a little bit more research as I kind of toggle through. The entire Guam Medical Campus plan, master plan, is sort of biased, and I would say probably most of this is based on Eagles Field, if not maybe 70-75% based on bias towards Eagles Field already. So the whole master plan from the start, I don't know who made completely, but certainly they didn't have the doctor's input on it. So I stopped reading there, but I think there's maybe an error on this if Gita can actually correct. It says here, when I think there was a comparison here between the properties. I saw the chart here. It says Eagles Field, 102 acres. And for some reason, Eagles Field and Adalco is the exact same number of acres, 102 and 102 acres. That is a coincidence, or is that like actual measurement of the survey site? I don't know. That's something that Gita. And then YPAO Point, they didn't put any acreage. It just says acre is not large enough. And then if you look at one other page on the master plan, it says YPAO Point 17 acres. So is it 17 acres, the YPAO Point? It's in here. It's published online. And I'm not sure. I heard it's 35 acres. I heard it's 28 acres. But certainly, I was researching. And actually, it's interesting because when I watched the KUM news doing the proclamation at GMH, the governor actually said YPAO Point was 17 acres. So she must have taken that off of this master plan. So, I think we got to get those numbers straight. And I think Ken Leung-Guro has said it quite eloquently, is that if you compare island hospitals to island hospitals, from Honolulu to Guam, sure, we're not the same island. The population in Honolulu is 1 million. Population in Guam, 150, 160,000. You don't need a huge medical center for 160,000 population. You don't need a huge campus like this. So I think what we need to focus on, the priority. Our priority is building a new hospital. So let's just say 17 acres. Gita is right. YPAO is 17 acres by face value. I think 17 acres is way bigger than what I anticipated. It is way bigger to build a hospital. So I think it's not too small. I think it's actually quite large. And Ken had already said Kapilani, Straub, they built on their own footprint. So if you compare GMH, if someone tell you, I know the Army engineers, but the Army engineers is not a physician. So how can the Army engineers going to tell us, hey, it's going to interrupt our services? How is Straub able to build on its own campus a brand new medical center, double its size, on its own campus? Learn from that. Queens Hospital broke ground. That's going to go from 550-bed hospital to 720 beds on its own footprint. Kapilani Medical Center, Ken has already said it. The brand new children's hospital is built on the same footprint in less than 5 acres. So if somebody tells you it can't be done, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. Nothing good is going to come easy. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult. But if you put your mind to it, instead of saying no, instead of saying yes, you can, follow the footsteps of your predecessor in other island hospitals. And someone said, I think one of the political leaders actually said, maybe it was Adelu, I'm not sure which, but it says Tumuning is too congested. Oh my God, how can a hospital be too congested in a community that's congested? That's like, what are you talking about? Do you know healthcare? You want a place that's congested, place a hospital, because that's where the people are. You can't measure Tumuning in a village just by the residents of Tumuning. You need to measure Tumuning where people come into the village to work in that area. We may not have people who are living in Tumuning, maybe 20, 25,000, if that's a projection, but you need to look at the infrastructure. How many people actually come into work in this village? I think it's going to be double the population of the residents. Now, if you think about the location, YPAO or GMH, Tumuning is the right location also for tourism. Imagine a hospital right down the road from your tourist, the biggest tourism community of hotels and tourists. That's a positive. That's a positive. It reassures them that, hey, we got healthcare right there on the footsteps. So I don't think that this report here is actually an actual good study. I think it's a biased study, in my opinion. One other thing I want to point out is that the Gita report fails to recognize one biggest aspect of building a hospital. Where are your medical staff? There's one page here that talked about the population and access of Eagles Field. I think it was like 11%, or access to Tumuning was like 23, 25% or something like that. But I think it's much higher if you count people who come to work. If you look at Adalka, is that the other site? You know, to tell you the truth, Madam Speaker, I'm so embarrassed. I've been 27 years. I have no idea what that is. And it's probably because I'm an OBGYN that I can't leave the perimeter of where the hospital is. And that's important to recognize because I have to respond to emergencies. If I can't get to a mom who's giving birth, who is going to end up delivering that baby? Needless to say, if I have a mom that's bleeding, I have to be there right away. As soon as I call, I got to be there. I don't anticipate that the legislature is going to pass a law that gives us sirens on a car where we can tell everybody to move out of the way. But be it as it may, I don't think that the entire transparency aspect of going back again, I don't think it's there because we were left out of this entire equation when we should be on the top of the equation. 90% of the medical staff is within 10 minutes of reach from the Guam Memorial Hospital. And I believe the anesthesiologist, the doctor who's standing behind the patient, putting him to sleep before we do surgery, have to live within 10, 15 minutes of the hospital itself. And all of them are residents in Tumuning. And I think that was a requirement if I spoke to one of the anesthesiologists said. Again, if you look at acreage, I think GRMC at Deredo right now is sitting on less than 6 acres. St. Luke's in the Philippines, I think it's less than 4 or 5 acres. Straub in Honolulu, like I said, 4 to 5 acres. Kapiolani, same. Queens is bigger, but still, I think 17 acres is ample room to build a hospital. You don't need doctor's offices in there. That's not your priority. Guam is not in the business of creating doctor's offices. And again, public health, you shouldn't be there at all. So I think the master plan is flawed because they left out important pieces in there. Now, Dr. Seidel, who's the president of medical staff, wanted me to read this letter, but I think I take out enough time. The letter is given to Dr. Prince. He's going to read Dr. Seidel's letter, president of medical staff, and we discuss it in detail. He had to have surgery today, so he's resting at home, but he asked that he be the one to read it, and I think he'll come up here a little later on. But I'm here 27 years. I'm not the oldest doctor here, I think, but I'm the oldest medical staff in this room. So I'm here at your disposal. You can ask me questions, and I'll give you straight answers. I'm not going to beat around the bush, all right? But I'll let the others testify, and then I'll take my turn with Q&A.
Thank you, Dr. Shea. I'd like to recognize the presence of Senator Joanne Brown, the Vice Chair of our committee. Now move to Dr. Hoa Nguyen.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks, Tom. Anyway, my name is Dr. Nguyen, and I'm speaking on behalf as a physician in the community. And my background is I've been practicing in Guam since 1995. I used to have privilege at GMH. I ran and served as the chief of medical staff twice. And that's a position where it's elected by your peers and not the political appointee. So the chief medical staff basically protect the medical staff and protect the patient. And sometimes we have to kind of butt head with the administrators just to make sure that the medical care of the patient up to standard of care. I'm also, at this point, ran the American Medical Center, which is one of the largest practices here in Guam. We have currently 3 locations, and our biggest location in Manila. People ask me why did I speak against Manila location. Yes, Manila location right around the corner, about 5 minutes away from our biggest location. I spoke against it because if the hospital's up there, yes, our value coming up, and as a clinic, but it's not a favor for the people of Guam. Most of my colleagues and my patients are down in Tamuning. And the time that the patient transfer from the clinic to the hospital, every minute counts, and we cannot afford to have the hospital in Manila. That's why I spoke against it, even if it's advantage to my practice, because it's all about patient care. Location, yes, just like Dr. Shea and everyone here saying, it's so important. To me, the YPAO point is clearly the only choice that we can build a hospital to serve the best for the people of Guam. It's around all the access to all the physician and especially OB that they don't have time to be transferred from the clinic to the hospital. It takes 5 minutes or longer. The baby life is at stake. So location-wise, there's no question about it. Regarding the hospital campus, or whatever we call it, the medical complex, public health have no space near the hospital. I've been in since 1995. Public health have nothing to do with the hospital. Even through the pandemic, the public health doesn't do anything to hospital care. So, and they should be, just like Dr. Shea say, is around on the, away from the central location, so people that can have access to care can access the public health. They have actually not served any purpose to be right next to the hospital. So to me, if they can answer why they should be there, then that makes some sense and we can support it. At this point, since 1995, I see no purpose public health to be there. Behavioral health, I worked in the emergency room. Have nothing to do with behavioral health. They should be by themselves. They should not be next to the hospital. They don't do nothing to the hospital. Now, we triage the patient in the past to the emergency room, say, hey, you need behavioral health, call behavioral health. They don't come to the ER. We transfer the patient to behavioral health. So they should not be there at all. They should be in a different location. So space-wise, we don't need them to be there. Office space, I have no idea. Who's going to rent office space at the hospital? Everyone, this is the United States, everyone have their own practice everywhere that built already for access to care. That's the Philippine model. It's not working here. So I don't know why office space for physicians had to be built. Look at GRMC. They're supposed to build an office space right next in front of them Do you see after the last 5, 6 years any physician moving there? Absolutely not. So why are we trying to do something that makes absolutely no sense? So, you know, VA clinic or hospital, whatever we want to call it, it's a federal program. We have a VA clinic next to Navy Hospital. We serve the VA in our clinic, and so the SDA and FHP. VA clinic cannot even staff their own clinic. There's no physician there. There's no staff. Why don't use their own current staff right now and staff with physician and clinical staff and worry about building a VA clinical hospital next to GMH? It makes absolutely no sense. There's no staff to run the VA clinic. And that's a federal program. They have access to thousands of physicians everywhere in the United States, then they can't really get into VA clinic, but there's no staff there. So why are we talk about VA clinic? It's just playing emotion with the people of Guam, but it's not a reality that we can deal with because we are not responsible to staff the VA clinic. Why are we worried about building one right next to GMH? And Ken say about reality, and we need to have reality check. GMH, I don't know, they didn't correct me, but I think 120 and 30 bed capacity, somewhere there. And we often say that GMH are full, GRMC are full. They alternate admission. You walk through the hallway, the room are open, the bed are empty. It's full because there's no clinical staff to run it. And that's the reality. You know, people don't know that. They think that we're going to build a 300-bed hospital, that we're going to increase the admission capacity. Where do you get the nursing staff? There's none. You know, even clinic-wise, we want to hire nursing staff, we steal from each other. We just go to another clinic and Tyson want to come over. There's no nursing staff here. You know, before you build something, you got to plan for the staff. 300 bed, you have about 150 beds going to be empty, just sitting there. Who's going to maintain that? We see the maintenance record is not that great. So we're going to build a bigger hospital. Our children are going to bear the cost of the tax and the financial burden, and we have no staff to run those beds. UOG doesn't graduate that much nursing staff every year. I don't see no plan for UOG to expand their enrollment to increase the nursing staff. And everyone can read how expensive the travel nurse is to staff the hospital. When we're going to build one that's bigger, empty space for no reason. We have two big space, public health, north and south. There's a very big building, very nice. There's not too many clinical staff in there. You try to get an appointment to public health, forget it. You can't get in. Why? Because there's no staff to run it. So I think we need to build a hospital. Everyone agree we need a new hospital. But we need to build one with the reality of the size and what we can staff. We modernize it and rather than build a big space for no reason. So, you know, it's just that, again, we have to do a reality check and see what we can afford and what we have the people, the money to run it. I'm telling you, 300-bed hospital is going to sit empty. If the current medical staff or management staff at GMH can tell us that they can have enough manpower to run 300 bed, I don't think so. You know, when we increase our admission capacity during COVID, we hire a lot of travel nurses, and those are $200-300 an hour. Where are we going to do that? We don't want to pay our nursing staff that much. You know, so, we have to live in reality. Again, we all support the new hospital. We need to be built in an adequate size that we can afford. And we have to pick the location where, yes, congestion, but every minute's count. When you have a patient in your clinic that have low oxygen, have a heart attack, it's hard to go 20, 30 minutes travel. Patient will die by then. So be aware you have less than 5, 10 minutes. Doesn't matter what your traffic is. But again, I think any plan to move forward to medical complex or the new hospital should involve multiple people, involve the hospital staff, and especially involve the outpatient clinic and the medical provider. Most patients come from the clinic. They don't belong to the hospital. If you left the outpatient clinic out and the med provider, I don't know, you can pay some financial business people. It makes so no sense at all. And yes, Dr. Shea, correct. The previous plan absolutely involved no one. I don't think that anyone at the major clinic even have any input on the last one. It doesn't make no sense. We just sit there and sweat and pray that our patients survive before the ambulance pick them up and travel to the hospital. They still under our responsibility. So we got to plan this thing very carefully. And, so that's my input as a physician. And, like I said, I worked both in the hospital before, chief of staff time twice, and now responsible for the patient, outpatient. We need to think differently as we move forward for the planning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wen. I think now we have Gita, Mr. Diego Mendiola. Mr. Mendiola.
Afternoon, Madam Speaker. My name is Diego Mendiola, representing the Guam Economic Development Authority. I don't really have an opening statement. I was just instructed to come down and assist answering questions that the speaker may have, regarding the letter that she sent to us. I'm here present to answer any questions and help out as much as I can.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you just clarify, so when Matrix was given the task of analyzing the potential sites, in their return document or their product, they said they were not responsible for identifying alternative sites for the new public hospital and medical campus, developing site selection criteria, providing the data for assessing site alternatives, and selecting the preferred site. These tasks were the responsibility of the government of Guam agencies. And so then they say this section summarizes the process that the government of Guam completed to assist them in selecting the preferred sites. So, and the preferred sites that were selected by the government of Guam, where did those come from?
They came from the Land and Infrastructure Committee that was under the Healthcare Task Force.
Okay. All right, so I think that's what Mr. Borja is going to be putting up on his slides as well. So that's the same analysis. So what the analysis that Mr. Borja and his subcommittee did, Director Borja and his subcommittee did for the hospital task force is what Matrix pretty much included as part of their master plan.
Yes, ma'am. They utilized the work of the task force to form their report, added in some stuff, and
what did they add in?
They added in things like let's see, drive times. Let's see, just future expansion capability. They also added in some information about utilities.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, yeah, so I did see there is a drive time analysis this says completed by Matrix, as if they did the study themselves, that part.
Yes, ma'am. We didn't do any drive time studies. They added that in.
Okay, thank you. And one thing I forgot to put on the table in our summary in the beginning was that in October 2021, we passed Public Law 36-56, which authorized the design, build, finance, lease, transfer, and maintenance of the 21st Century Healthcare Center for Excellence. And among other things, this bill, sponsored by Senator San Agustin and others, it authorized and appropriated $35 million per year for the design, build, finance, lease, transfer, and construction of the hospital. And I just want to put that on the record because I want to make sure everyone's reminded of that has been done. We are waiting for this to get done just as much as the rest of the community. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mendiola, and I think all right, if I could hear from the rest of the speakers, if you don't mind, panel members, from waiting until I hear from all the testimony, and then we'll call you back for questions. Thank you, those of you who can stay, I appreciate it. All right, so the next panel will be, if I could get the Chamorro Land Trust, whoever wants to represent the Chamorro Land Trust. We have the director and we have the chairperson of the commission. We also have the Guam Memorial Hospital, so CEO Lillian Posadas and whoever on your team would like to represent, and also the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission. So I know we have the executive director and we have the chairperson of the commission itself. And let's see how we stack up here. So Ancestral Lands, Chamorro Land Trust, the Guam Memorial Hospital. And then if we have space, Ms. Callan Perez. Oh. And yeah, we'll bring back Department of Chamorro Affairs if they're still here. And okay. Oh, I'm sorry, the director, Mr. Director of Land Management, your team. Okay. We'll begin with you, Ms. Director Borja, Department of Land Management.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the invite to this oversight hearing. I just wanted to confirm that the title to the oversight hearing, of course, was YPAO Point, also known as Oka Point, also known as SATPON Point. And as you clarified it earlier, we just wanted to make sure that we determine the correct location. YPAO Point is, of course, next to YPAO Beach, and SATPON Point is where the existing hospital today, I like to call it the old hospital. That was the hospital that was before known as the Medical Center of the Marianas, which was bought by the governor of Guam from the Diocese of Agana some decades ago. I'd also like to say a little bit about how a location was selected as a possible site for a medical campus, for a medical complex. The parameters were central location, size, horizontal and vertical space, intended use, existing facilities, acreage used as a base, such as GMH, Department of Public Health, the labs, and Guam Behavioral Health and Welfare Clinic. Also included in the selection criteria was about 40 acres for a medical plaza. That medical plaza would have private medical clinics. And of course, what we did, knowing that the parking situation over the present GMH, the old GMH, is expansion acreage multiplied by 4. Some of the items that were reviewed were, of course, a central location, size for a complex, a campus, and for expansion, owner and jurisdiction, and its relative conveyance method, access and secondary access easements, effects on traffic flow and population travel time, topography, infrastructure and utilities, cost for off-site utilities, and impact on surrounding existing or non-existing utilities, current use, adjacent use, development constraints, impact on surrounding land values, short-term construction impacts, and opportunities gained or lost. We check to see what we already received, what was already reserved, rather, in the Government of Guam Inventory of Reserved Lands under Public Law 2218. We check to see what was already within Gov Guam, the land agencies, land grant institutions, and other land-owning entities, including boards and commissions such as the Chamorro Land Trust Commission and the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission, University of Guam, the port, the airport, and Guam Community College. We also reviewed federal and military lands, and our preferred site and the military lands was Radio Barrigada Area C. This is the area right across the post office in Barrigada along Route 16 rather. The counteroffer that was denied by the military, and the military counteroffered the Nimitz Hill Federal Housing. Some of you may know this as that area across the street from the Aston Memorial up there in the top of the hill near top of the Mar. That was immediately removed from consideration as it is too close to the Korean Airlines crash site and close to the flight approach zone towards the Guam International Airport. The other site that was offered by the military was South Finnegadson, which was out of the central location parameter and would have put 3 hospitals within a small radius area. Area 15, commonly known as Eagles Field. Eagles Field is actually a 5-acre parcel in a 300-acre military parcel, and which was subjected to further review for various reasons. YPAO Point, also known as OCA, OCA, OKA, SATPON, and SAUPON, but generally referred to as the Odo Hospital, built by the first civilian governor, Carlton Skinner, and Francisco Duenas Perez, and had concurrent use during the Cold War years as an atomic bomb shelter. The existing hospital was bought, like I said, by Gov Guam from the Catholic Diocese.
Sorry, Director Borja, are you now going into the analysis of each site?
I'm going now into the analysis of YPAO Point.
Okay, thanks. Can we just pause for a minute? All that stuff you read about what was considered in the analysis of the sites, I don't remember that being presented to the legislature ever in any of the public hearings that we've had, particularly the offers by the federal government or the military. Do you have documents that you could provide to the committee to show those back and forth offers or rejections of offers? None of that did we hear in any previous testimony. When we've talked about this, we actually had a spreadsheet from you with the list of the sites and the criteria that was used, but it is very basic compared to the criteria that is in the SWOT criteria that you provided to Matrix that you used.
Madam Speaker, I was ready to present that at a oversight hearing months ago. That was in the evening, but the hearing did not develop into an informational hearing from me. Most of that hearing was occupied by the original landowners, which is fine for me, but at that time I was ready to provide all that information.
Did you testify on that night?
I don't remember that I had enough time to testify at that hearing. I was at the tail end of the hearing, close to being closed, and the original landowners wanted to be the last to speak.
Well, I don't remember cutting anyone off for testimony. And again, on all the documents that we have, even the ones from Matrix, that part of the discussion is not provided. So if we could just get whatever documents you are referring to. And, okay, and so now we're going to talk about YPAO point? Okay.
Okay, I will talk about YPAO Point, formerly known as Oka Point or Oka OCA, but actually is YPAO Point, being that it is next to YPAO Beach, and this was built sometime in the 1950s and close to the site of the only Chamorro victory in the Chamorro-Spanish War, YPAO Beach. The property is considered too small now for a medical complex. What was once a 53-acre parcel now only has 27 usable acres of available open space, and allowing for mapped and severed easements of approximately 2 acres, that would be approximately 25 acres. 5 acres and possibly more is reserved by public law for the reinterment of ancestral remains known as the Naftan Manay Nata. 9 acres of the basic lot has been reserved by the Chamorro Land Trust Commission for a Kuturan Chamorro Cultural Center commercial lease. No lease has been granted to that entity. 1 acre is reserved, has been built for the Healing Heart Center, and a map and severed lot for the proposed foster home for children that has been relocated to Track 9 in Barragata Heights has yet to be developed so that the severed lot can be returned to the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. The property is owned by the Chamorro Land Trust Commission under Public Law 25-179. The Commission is authorized by this existing law to enter into a lease for commercial development of the property to fund the infrastructure programs of the trust. Infrastructure and easements within the lot are problematic, and quoting from the GWA report, given the age, unknown condition, and unknown location of the water and sewer pipes on site, it would be preferable to install new water and sewer infrastructure. There are major, relatively new underground communication cables, as well as GPA underground power lines in the lot that may have to be dug up and relocated. One good thing about this site for GPA is that GPA provides underground power and a redundant system to the old Guam Memorial, the MCM Guam Memorial Hospital, as I like to call it. We have the infrastructure report from GWA indicating no active accounts in or on the lot, but no GIS information on the water and sewer lines servicing the lot. The environmental condition of YPAO Point is in a terrible condition. There are 12 residential structures that may have asbestos and or lead paint. There are rhino beetles nesting site and fire ants resting sites as surveyed by the Department of Agriculture. The site has been used as a staging area or a dump site for old tires, white goods, construction debris, wood waste, and green waste. The property, again, falls under the Chamorro Land Trust jurisdiction, but the gatekeeper, so to speak, of the property is the mayor's office, the Muning mayor's office. According to the Department of Agriculture's biosecurity and entomologist expert, it may take 1 year to 2 years to mitigate the environmental pests, and following that, according to EPA, it may take another succeeding year to remove and properly mitigate of the debris and the contamination on the soil due to the operations of a construction company that was there building the, I believe at that time it was called the Emerald Green condos, which are those 4 huge buildings next to the now existing Guam Memorial Hospital. They needed a staging area. They got permission from the Chamorro Land Trust Commission at that time. In return, they were supposed to clean the property and provide fencing around the property, but I don't believe that was ever done. Estimated 3 years beginning from the time of legal legislation and CLTC action, and administrative issues are begun. Presently, the Chamorro Land Trust Commission has a resolution declaring the area for commercial use. There exists within the property geologic fault lines, and all this information, I do have maps for this. One serious issue for the governor is that according to 21 GCA, Real Property, Chapter 75, Chamorro Land Trust Commission, Section 75106, other officers not to control Chamorro homelands exception. The powers and duties of the governor and the department with respect to lands of the territory shall not extend to lands having the status of Chamorro homelands except as specifically provided for in this chapter. In this case, the department means the Department of Land Management, and of course the other party there is the governor.
Director Borja, can you just clarify, are you reading from a report that you created for some entity?
I'm reading from a report that I just did these past few weeks.
Just recently, right? Because I've looked through all the reports of the task force, the hospital task force, and even the matrix, and none of that information is in there either.
Yeah,
So
well,
this is information in addition to the criteria provided to matrix.
The environmental pest speaker was, I believe, just found probably in the last 2 years, something like that. There is an original landowner's claim of interest, as you said. Attached to it, of course, is the affidavit by former Governor Carlton Skinner. And we have some excerpts taken from a preliminary title report issued by a title company in Guam, April 28, 2014. And whereas the registered owner 5173-1, place of Oka Point, was identified as Frank D. Paris, who conveyed said property to the governor of Guam with the specific understanding and intent the property would be used as a hospital. We changed that, we being the government, by Public Law 25-179, and now are saying that it should be a commercial site. Now, therefore, considering the recitals, this claim of interest is supported by a sworn affidavit by Carlton Skinner. And the affidavit, of course, you've read on it. We have copies of that. Interestingly enough, in this affidavit, Governor Skinner identified the seed funding for the hospital back then as cockfights. Interesting. Interesting also is Mr. Perez did apply for an agricultural lease with the Chamorro Land Trust of 265.5 acres. And from a personal face-to-face meeting that I had with Mr. Perez years ago, his intentions were to create a residential subdivision under the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. I was very fortunate, I did meet Mr. Perez at the Perez construction company where they sell aggregate, and got to spend some time talking to him. It was strange because the acreage that he was asking for, applying for under an agricultural lease was 265.5, which is about the size of the golf course, if you want to know context out of that. This site is, in particular, out of all the sites considered for a medical complex, this YPAO Point site has one very, very unique feature in that it is the only lot that the legislature can return to original landowners. None of the other lots has that feature. I do have a...
Okay, sorry, Mr. Borja. Can you please clarify, what parts of the analysis did you provide to the task force? Is it this? This spreadsheet?
That part spreadsheet, yes. I do have a
All right,
copy
and it
of
says
that spreadsheet.
sites, location, size, and issues. And for Oka Point, the issue was, it's not on this list, but on the other list, the issues for Oka Point was unable to use to support tourism, seismic fault line, right? Or This is the other one. It says none of that. That's it. Yeah, then this one, same thing. Okay.
Madam Speaker, also, we do have an up-to-date aerial presentation if the committee would
Yes, we would like
see
to
that.
see that. Yes, please. Audio, can you load that?
Joe, can you hit that? Here it is. This is, of course, YPAO Point. This area over here is the area that is, I don't know if you can see the cursor. Yes, it's the area reserved for the Naftan Manaynata. And then down here on the bottom left would be the Hilton Hotel. Here on the middle part of the picture, you can see that these are caves, and this is where the majority of the fault line is located. These are possibly hollow limestone caves, or whatever you might call it, that might extend further back. How far back, we don't know. And then this is exactly that big rock that you see out there. And there must have been a reason why the Navy did not bulldoze that property down on it. And then, of course, as you can see in the far distance, the ITC building, and you can see that. So this is the drone footage that was taken yesterday. Coming to the left here on the bottom, you will see the chapel, parking lot of the Hilton Chapel. And this is the actual YPAO Point. This is an aerial view of the staging area that's being used by the mayor's office to stage. And this is the area here where the Naftan Manaynata would be located at. It is also the area, according to the Department of Agriculture, that is most heavily infested with fire ants. That wood waste area that you see here, and that we pass by here, there's also now, I guess in the last few months, an abandoned vehicle on the site. And this is another view of the area. What is interesting to note here is that there seems to be somebody living up there. If you can see here, there's it looks like a substantial structure. I don't know if it's a home, a house, or a fishing area here, but it's quite substantial. On the top left, you will see those, what they used to call staff housing, and that area, the staff housing, is that's where the asbestos and the lead paint might be. And of course, you have the traffic circle back. The bottom left there is the nesting site for the rhino beetles, and there is a substantial number of metallic waste to the property. What's interesting to note that I believe in the entrance here to the property, there is actually a porta potty there, so somebody must be there for a while. And this is the debris that EPA is talking about. And the bottom left of that would be the nesting sites. This is the actual YPAO Point where GGN marker number 2, the Guam Geodetic Network, is located at. And this would be, oops. Okay. Yeah, so this is part of a survey to determine how much debris has to be removed to make the site viable to at least begin some sort of activity. Over here would be the Naftan Manaynata site, but according to the biosecurity entomologist at the Department of Agriculture, this is the most heavily infested area for the fire ants. And he did say a figure which is kind of astounding: 20 billion queen of fire ants. 20 billion, he says, are in this area. 30. Director of Land Trust tells me it's 30 billion. I'm lost above 10 billion. Yeah, so. And again, like I said, if you see these caves in the bottom here, that bottom there is where the fault lines are. That I don't know how deep or how big that thing is in there. We do have, Madam Speaker, and originally when we started our research, even before we worked with Matrix to provide them information, the only fault line map that we had was actually, it was almost looked like somebody drew a marker on it, but we've obtained this map since from the 2019 Hazard Mitigation Plan, and again, this is 2019, that shows the fault hazard areas and major faults. And Biostatistics and Plans developed a much more closer fault and landslide map. And as you can see, the YPAO point fault line is in this pink area here, exactly where that GGN marker number 2 is, YPAO point number 2. And I guess they did put that there for a reason, to hopefully maybe keep track of that slide in there. So that's the fault line and landslide map. Those caves that we see there earlier, they would be right below this, right below that area in terms of the fault line. We also do have a progressive pictures of YPAO point. And this is the earliest one that we could find. Let's see. YPAO point. There we go. 1994. And this is an aerial of GMH. You can see where the traffic circle is. And as you can see at this time, I believe in 1994, the hospital was already abandoned. There's no cars in the parking lot, except over here. And these cars, I believe, it was mental health that was the last one to leave. And these are the buildings here and some of the other staff housing. I believe these were used by doctors at that time. During the time period after the hospital was demolished using FEMA funds, there was a building that was a little building, almost like a closet in the back there, where jars of fetuses were found in that, and the Catholic Church went ahead and buried those, gave them a decent burial. And in this particular area, these were nurses' quarters, not squatters, nurses' quarters. And several years later, there was a murder of a young lady, and that's where her body was dumped. So these buildings here, these are still existing, although they are overgrown now. And these are the buildings that's going to be problematic to dispose of lead and asbestos in this area. These buildings down here, of course, are being occupied, still being occupied by the Kuturan Chamorro. And this would be where the, this area here would be where the Naftan Manaynata would go. Now, throughout the years, we were fortunate enough that we had a, you know, Google Earth can go back that far. And in 2004, this part of the lot was being used as a staging area by a construction company. And of course, when you have a construction company, you have heavy equipment and like that. And EPA suspects that there might be petroleum contamination of this area. They used this area, and then later on, that's 2004. In 2010, Another area was used as a staging area for construction activities on the other side here. And again, also this area, EPA suspects that there might be petroleum contamination here as well. So almost the entire area at one time was used by, with permission from the Land Trust, as a construction staging area. And then 5 years later, this is just some other areas here, and this is 2015. I believe this is when the mayor started using the area for the staging site, because this is the area now that is has the debris on it. And then the latest picture that we have with Google Earth is, I believe, 2016 maybe. Yeah, so as you can see, by this time, the construction staging has stopped, but it was the beginning now of the staging area by the mayor's office, and the Couture and Chamorro area center is clean, and you know, it's occupied, and the buildings are clean, and you have the chapel here. Interestingly enough, in 2003 and 2004, the Chamorro Land Trust Commission was working with a company out of China, and they were going to do a highest and best use was to develop YPAO Point at that time, and luxury home, 7-star hotel. This was when they were doing the commercial direction to use Oka Point for commercially. And this is what it would have looked like. This would be the International Hotel, and this would be luxury homes and condos in that area. This is the second, this is the response that this group had to the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, who subsequently, I believe, rejected the idea. But this was the track that at one time was
Sorry, Mr. Borja, but just in the interest of time, is this relevant for use as a hospital?
Well, because it is right now under resolution and under law, it's for commercial development. So the legislature would have to change that, take some legislative action to do that.
Yeah, you said that earlier.
Yeah. So,
okay. All right. What else is there? What is that?
Let me see what else I got in my bag here. Okay. I believe that's basically it. The most up-to-date one that we have is the aerial video that we have. This is what we use, you know, the alternate sites, and this has always been a draft form on it. This medical complex idea really is not...
Wait, what is this? What is, okay. What's
the medical complex idea, it's really not, it wasn't really started by Governor Leon Guerrero. It was actually started way back in 1996.
Right, what document is this?
This is public law.
We don't have that.
Public law, yeah, 2218.
The spreadsheet?
Oh, no, the spreadsheet. This explains the process like that. The spreadsheet that we have is the one that you probably have.
Are you talking about a spreadsheet created in the past?
Yes, a spreadsheet, which is ongoing as a draft document. This is, I believe, what you were referring to. The sites that were presented on
Okay, this is what was presented to the task force. This is what was presented to the legislature. But that other spreadsheet that you put up, that's an old spreadsheet?
That was a spreadsheet that was presented to the consultant matrix, and from there they established a point system.
The blue picture spreadsheet, that's what was presented to...
This one? No, this is from public law. Yeah, this is from public law.
So this spreadsheet is not relevant for today, is that correct?
Well, it is in the sense that there was government property reserved at one time for a medical complex. It was just the wrong lot that they have.
Where's that? I can't read it, sorry. Where is it?
This is it. This is an exhibit to Section 2B of Public Law 2218.
No, where's the lot?
Right here. Guam Memorial Hospital, Acute Care Facility, Sinahanya, Lot 3470. The lot acreage of that lot is 117 acres, and 35 acres was reserved for a acute care hospital. They also reserved under this public law, they being the legislature, a long-term care facility, but that would be down in Inalahan. And then
All right.
Department of Mental Health, also on the same lot, as part of a quote-unquote medical complex, and a Children's Residential Treatment Center, Crisis Center, Homeless Shelter, Children's Foster Home, Public Health Facility. Those were part of a plan for a medical complex.
Okay,
And
so
that's in
was-
Public Law 2218.
All right, so that's an old spreadsheet. It included a preferred site back then, Sinahanya. Is that site, was that site?
Actually, this is an exhibit to a public law. This
Okay,
is actually a
was
picture.
that site analyzed in the actual spreadsheets that you prepared for the task force and for the legislature?
Yes, we went ahead and analyzed it, but this property has since been returned to Chamorro Land Trust.
Okay,
But we went back and looked at it so that if it was a good potential site, legislature would possibly take it out of the Chamorro Land Trust inventory. So we looked at all government lands.
Okay, I don't see anything here listing Sinahanya. That's why. Which lot is it that you're talking about that was included in these lists, in these other spreadsheets?
It was included in the report. We actually had all these spreadsheets. But this property, like I said, is in the Chamorro Land Trust, and this was taken off the table early on, Speaker. The reason why, this is a very hilly area, as you can see, and the access road to it is Santa Cruz Drive, which is about a 22-foot road, narrow road, and it would be going through so many residential subdivision. But we looked at it because this was the original lot designated by Public Law 2218.
Okay, so that's not included in any of the site analysis spreadsheets that
No,
was done by
no.
the hospital task force, by you, or by Matrix?
That's correct, and
Okay.
neither was the Nimitsil site. They were immediately taken off from the table because of that specific, it being too close to the flight zone and like that. And some of these were taken off early on, and taken off rather early on because we just knew that it wasn't within the parameters, especially of safety.
And so the ones on the list are the ones that survived taking off early on? Is that fair to
yes,
say?
yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Can you just describe, so the survey that you said you've done recently, that one that you presented to us today, just describe how that was done. I mean, that was something you did for the hearing?
Which
That
survey was this?
The
one of the-
aerial survey you did?
Well, that aerial one was just done yesterday for the hearing.
Okay.
But there is another map that we prepared in the last couple of days to identify usable acreage up at YPAO Point.
Okay,
And that was the one that your staff copied.
all right, that's the one you presented?
That's the one that I gave to your
Okay,
staff.
can we
to
put that
discuss.
back again? This is the one we're going to concentrate on then. This is the EPAL point that we're discussing today
That's correct.
and the usable acres. Can we put this map back up? So what is the number of acres?
Identified on that is, identified on that is 25 usable, not counting the easement that would have to go to the property. Presently, actually, the property only has one access, and we don't recommend only one access for that lot. Let's see.
Okay. 25, because on your list it starts with 35, but you take off 9 for the NAF 10, and then 1 for the Healing Hearts? Is that how we get to 25? Because
Usable,
on your list,
usable.
On your list for the task force, they were using 35.
Yeah, usable.
So it's not 35 according to, even Matrix used 35. So just, yeah, make sure that's clear.
That's the entire parcel, you know, but we looked at the usable areas, usable acreage, excluding the fault line, excluding the properties reserved for the other, Kuturan Chamorro and the Naftan Maraynata.
So can we get the map up, please? And can you just explain to us?
Yeah, let me
So,
see.
because what we gave Matrix to analyze is 35 acres, but you're telling us now that you're analyzing only 25 acres.
Well, you know, part of Matrix job is to
Can we put
consider
some-
the engineering facets of that.
Right, but they didn't. They said they relied on the analysis done by the government of Guam, which was, according to them, 35 acres. So that's just, I just need these maps to be clear for everyone who's using them. Okay, audio, can we put this map up on the screen, please? And just, okay. Kat? Oh, you're controlling it? Okay, okay. All right, is there anything else, Mr. Borja?
No, that's it, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, so just again, so all the senators have documents showing 35 acres, and on your map, which is not up on the screen, they're saying it's now, you're saying now it's 25 acres because you took the 35 minus the NAFTAN's really only 5. The director of Chamorro Affairs says it should be 9 because we need a buffer zone.
Yes,
So even if,
and that's
but you're adding other things to that.
that's a work in progress. The law says, I believe, up to 5 acres.
Yes.
But in our meeting with the architect and with the State Historic Preservation Officer, Mr. Patrick Lujan, they did not feel that that was an adequate area for that, which of course you would have to come back to the legislature to adjust the size. There were 2 items in that public law that requiring the lot to be contiguous to the Kuturan Chamorro and also to include the rock where GGN marker number 2 is.
Yes.
The
I'm just-
original map and original survey did not do that.
Okay, I'm just trying to, I'm very concerned of how we had analysis done by the task force and Matrix, all relying on 35 acres, but today we're being told 25 acres. So I just want to make sure where we got that number. All right. Anything else, Director, to present?
No, that's fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
Cesar Mas, thank you. So that's land management. Oh, Ms. Callan Paris.
Thank you, Speaker Terlaje, and all the senators here, Senator Blas, Senator Barnett, Senator Brown, and Senator San Augustine. I did not prepare any slideshows, or I don't have anything from any agency. However, both my parents were medical professionals, Dr. Chris Perez, Dr. Deborah Erickson, and in 2014 and 2015, they went through a health crisis. They both had cancer and eventually both died in 2015. So I just wanted to share a quick story from that time and why this perspective allows me to believe that the best place for the hospital should be in Tumaning and as close to the current hospital as possible. So my dad had stage 4 lung cancer that had spread to his brain. In 2015, after my mom died in August, he was experiencing severe respiratory distress over and over. He ended up getting a procedure called a pleurodesis at the Guam Radiology Consultants. What they do is they create scar tissue on the outside of your lung organ, to get it to attach to the inside of your chest wall so that it prevents your lung from collapsing. This is a procedure he had done before about 2 months prior, but it was starting to wear off. This time, however, when he had it done, he had a severe allergic reaction to the chemicals used, and he went into anaphylactic shock. So seeing my dad as a healthcare professional for my whole life, and then seeing him as a patient was already difficult for me. And then in that moment, wondering what's gonna happen to him, is he gonna die? His whole body was seizing up. And he was unconscious for 20 minutes to half an hour, if I'm remembering correctly. Feeling some reassurance that we were so close to GMH was like the only thing that kind of kept me from really losing it at that time. Eventually, the anesthesiologist who was trying all different kinds of life-saving measures was able to pull him out of this anaphylaxis. But that's just one example, right? My mom had colon cancer, and at that time, they were getting chemotherapy at FHP. They would have to go to GMH from time to time to get IV fluids and other things. We were getting their home care when they were eventually transferred to hospice from Isla Home Infusion, which is in Summoning. And then, of course, my dad was going to Guam Radiology Consultants from time to time. So having everything located in Summoning was not just like a convenience for me, who was coordinating all of it. It was like vital to us being able to have both of them eventually at home, which is where they wanted to be. And so that's just one example from my parents' health crisis, and I hope no one else on Guam ever has to go through a health crisis like that. I'm sure my parents would agree that they would not want that. But as a non-medical professional here, I just wanted to share that I think having the central location, Oka has always been the center of the medical community. So many doctors live in that area. It's just reassuring to a patient or a loved one of a patient, you know, that if someone has to come, like Dr. Shea was sharing, anesthesiologists have to live within a certain radius. And when he has to deliver a baby, you know, he has to get there as quickly as possible. Yeah, thank you, Speaker, for this hearing, for allowing non-medical professionals like me to speak. I really think that this decision is going to affect the wellness and health of everyone on Guam, and it's okay for anyone to be passionate about that, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. We'll now hear from Chamorro Land Trust.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This will be a very short testimony. My name is Alice Tyron, and I am the Administrative Director for the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. I am making this statement as the Administrative Director. Our CLTC meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, Thursday, May 18th at 1 p.m., and so I have not had the opportunity to formally discuss this issue with our CLTC commissioners. As the Administrative Director for the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, I am vehemently and respectfully opposed to the taking of YPAO Point, or even the mere thought of taking YPAO Point away from the CLTC. Prior to this, I had been in discussions and planning with our CLTC team for the issuance of an RFP for YPAO Point for a commercial lease. Revenue generated from a lease from YPAO Point will go towards the building of infrastructure in many of our residential and agricultural properties. Infrastructure has been an ongoing challenge for the CLTC, and to take YPAO Point away will be another obstacle toward the progress that CLTC is trying to make. In addition, as we were planning this RFP, our team made a visit and investigated YPAO Point and found that YPAO Point was used as a dumping ground for white goods and all types of waste. As a result, fire ants, rhino beetles, not to mention the brown tree snakes, have come to make this area their home. CLTC is now working with EPA, Department of Agriculture, and DPW to best address these invasive species nesting area so as to mitigate its spread. My colleague had mentioned a certain area where the fire ants and rhino beetles were found, but in my meetings with the Department of Agriculture, these invasive species know no boundaries. So at the time of I believe it was an investigation by EPA and Department of Ag, an area was identified, and it could be, and they've now identified that that has spread. So just so that we understand where that's at. In a meeting with the Department of Agriculture a few weeks ago, I learned that it will take a year and a half to 2 years to treat this area. Because of neglect, no thought as to the environmental impact dumping on our property would have, and this is in reference to those who dumped on CLTC property, we now have an ecological and environmental catastrophe. A catastrophe that CLTC is doing what it can to address in the correct and right way. This issue, ecological and environmental catastrophe, will not stop us from moving forward with an RFP. We are going to keep moving forward as the Chamorro Land Trust Commission needs revenue to carry out its mandates. Taking EPAO point away will stall the progress of CLTC. As in part of the planning, I'm the Administrative Director for CLTC, and my job is to protect the interests of our beneficiaries. I understand the enormous decision that needs to be made before everybody, and I also ask and encourage you to take into consideration beneficiaries of the CLTC. Should EPAO point be taken away, that's another opportunity lost for our agency to be able to generate revenue to do what it needs to do, what it has been mandated to do, and what it hasn't been able to do for over 25 years. So with that said, Speaker, thank you very much, Senators, for your attention, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Director Tyron. GMH?
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Terlaje, Senators of this panel. My name is Lillian Perez-Posadas. I am a registered nurse with over 40 years of experience. I'm born and I've lived here in Guam for 68 years of my life. And I am also a graduate of the University of Guam. And as a leader in the healthcare industry, I oppose the option of building the new hospital at EPAO Point. As a leader, I have an obligation, I have a duty to make sure that the healthcare services, such as the hospital, is accessible and available to all the people of Guam and the community of Guam, not just for certain communities, such as the medical community, but for all of the people of Guam for the greater good. And the statements that were made earlier with regards to that they were left in the dark, that they did not have any input, we invited people, we invited doctors into this task force. We sent out communications and surveys to the doctors to give us their input. So we did not leave them in the dark. We invited them to give their input. The statement that, again, with regards to veterans, these are individuals that gave their life for our freedom. And there are 28,000 veterans who live on this island. And for us to say that that's a federal responsibility, I don't agree with that. As healthcare professionals, we have a responsibility when these veterans come to us and tell us that they have to go to Hawaii for their pharmaceutical prescription. They have to go to Hawaii for their hearing testing. They have to go to Hawaii for this and that. We have veterans who we receive at the hospital because there's no hemodialysis treatment program at Naval Hospital, none available in the military communities. So we treat them. So we're not going to turn away these veterans. We have a responsibility to care for them also, and not just say that that's the federal government. So I'd really disagree with that. For statements that were said that public health is not needed and GIVWIC is not needed, we deal with clients who are under the Medicaid program. These are clients, these are patients who also are served by public health, likewise by behavioral health. So the continuity for us to be on a campus to facilitate the collaboration and the continuity of care for these individuals is really why we need to have a medical campus and have that public health and behavioral health within that campus. The other thing in terms of laboratory, CDC, COVID has proven that we need to have a CDC. Specimens that are collected to determine what kind of variant, COVID variant it is, we have to send it off island, and it takes several months to get the analysis back. So if we have a CDC lab, we can get real-time results, and then the doctors can then prescribe whatever treatment and however they can manage that disease. So we need to have that CDC lab, and it will be really great to have it on the campus. Again, continuity of care, the collaboration of the community within the healthcare delivery system. And that's what I am proposing and I'm advocating. The other thing that I want to mention, the story that was shared by the daughter of Dr. Chris Perez and Dr. Erickson, that's exactly the same story that the people of the South experience. And so can you imagine the distance that they have to travel to access the care? Fortunately for Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, yes, they live in Tamuning, and it was close by. But what about those in the south? And that's why we need to have the hospital at the campus within the central part of Guam so that it is accessible and available. So thank you very much for allowing me to express my points and my views.
Thank you. Mr. Kendo, are you also going to
Yes.
testify for
Yes.
GMH? Okay,
Yes, I
please
do.
state your name for the record.
Thank you, Speaker Terlaje and Senators. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is William Kando. I'm the Associate Administrator of Operations for the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority. And I too oppose the building of a new hospital on YPAO Point, mostly because of my nearly 30 years experience at GMH, managing operations and being a part of other divisions as well, but mostly being in the managing the operations division. The GMH, the existing GMH, is in a highly corrosive environment on the cliff line. Most of our utility systems, the useful life, that, especially the exterior ones, even the interior ones inside the power plant, they see a useful life maybe cut in half by anywhere from 40 to 60%. They lose, that's the useful life that they're experiencing. We recently we're experiencing, for example, currently the loss of our medical vacuum system. The useful life is 10 years according to the AHA depreciable assets listing. It's dying at 6 years. So we're currently having to scramble and quickly replace all these systems well before their useful life, and that's because of the highly corrosive, the salt air next to the ocean. The typhoons come, and then when the typhoons come through, we're on the cliff line, then it's even more highly corrosive. So this is really shortening the useful life, not only of our utility systems, but our medical equipment as well. Roof upgrades. In support of what Mr. Borja was talking about, we are completing our roof upgrades, but prior to fixing our different sections of our roof, we're having to infuse epoxy injection into the cracks of our roof, and they are just massive. And these are the impacts from the earthquakes that we're experiencing in that area over the years. So we have direct evidence and experience with earthquakes on that cliff line in that area. Retrofitting the existing GMH would not only be extremely expensive, much more than building a new hospital, it would be extremely disruptive to operations. This is why the Army Corps of Engineers made that recommendation to the governor when they did that assessment, and I believe, Speaker Terlaje, you were a part of that outbrief when the Army Corps made that assessment. You were in our classroom, and I think you may have been also in the governor's large conference room when they were making those recommendations. Most of the existing GMH is built on the building codes of the time that those different sections of the hospital were built. So much of the hospital, the different areas of the hospital are based on the building code, the design and construction, they're outdated. I mean, so to rebuild, to retrofit an existing GMH would be a massive undertaking. I mean, the Army Corps even pointed out we would be looking at metal jacketing columns and beams throughout the entire hospital. So to go through, to turn GMH into a massive construction site, I don't see, I mean, we do small projects where we minimize disruption to patient care services. To do that on such a large scale, I just don't believe that's possible, and that's why the Army Corps made that recommendation. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Kando. In the beginning of the hearing, I did clarify that I'm not in this hearing talking about redoing the current GMH at this time. That's not the subject of this hearing, but thank you. All right, we'll now hear from Ancestral Lands Commission. Mr. Birch, Director Birch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senator Blas, Senator Barnett, and Senator Brown. My name is John Birch. I'm the Executive Director of the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission. The Guam Ancestral Lands Commission has not been a part of the task force that was involved in the planning of their proposed Guam Medical Health Campus. But while the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission is not qualified to speak to the viability of any site considered for a new hospital. We have the resources to provide information on the physical location, size, potential ownership, and easement for properties within the Commission's land inventory. YPAO Point is in the Chamorro Land Trust Commission's land inventory. Therefore, I would defer any discussion on this site to the CLTC and the Department of Land Management. We are aware of 2 sites in the the Guam Ancestral Land Commission's land inventory that were under consideration as alternate sites for the medical campus. These properties are non-ancestral or government properties, also commonly referred to as crown lands. One consists of about 7 lots, equaling about approximately 101 acres in the area of, there's been a controversy about the area location type name. Some have referred to that as Advocacy. Based on the land registration deeds that we have, it is Agaga, and part of it, the southern part, will be Lalo. We do have another lot that is in Advocacy. And that's lot Radio Barragata C, and that consists of 73 acres. Attached are aerial maps on the back of my report here of those specific locations. And what you referred to earlier as a spreadsheet, this is what Ancestral Lands produced for your reference. It lets you know of properties that we have that are available. And along with that, we provided you with an aerial map that you can use as reference for this to see where Ancestral Lands has properties available other than just these locations. We listed 10 that are in excess of more than 5 acres and that are government non-ancestral properties. We did not list the properties that we have that are on current lease or license to companies or individuals. And so that's basically for your reference. This was created by our land agent supervisor, sitting beside me, Joey Leon Guerrero, and we are available for any questions you may ask about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Can you just clarify, how many lots were you talking about today?
The ones that were assessed?
By you or by?
No.
Okay.
They were assessed by the task force.
Okay.
Basically what happens is they ask us for information on properties we have, and we do the research, we send it out to them. After that, we have no idea what it's used for.
Okay. And so are you talking about the one assessed by the task force, the Advocacy Crown?
Yeah, they refer to it as the Advocacy. Yeah, that is Crown.
And then this list that you gave us is
that
additional.
Is additional.
Additional. All of these are additional, not
yes.
assessed by the
It
task
was not
force or by
assessed.
matrix, correct?
Right, correct.
Okay,
this is just for your reference.
Thank you.
You're constantly asking us about the properties we have.
Yes.
So we thought we'd be best to give you
Okay.
more information.
I appreciate that. And is the Advocacy Crown also on this list or not? Not at all.
Yes, it is.
Okay, which one? Because you said we were referring to it wrong. It's the Lot Radio Barragata C,
Number 8.
Advocacy?
It's, okay, it's number 8.
Number 8, okay.
Under the first column, number 8. And that would be lots 2453, 2453-1, 2454, 2455, 2457, 2457-1, and 2481. 7 lots totaling 101 acres, approximately.
Okay, great. And so that is the same as what we have on our other list. It's called Advocacy Crown.
Yes, but we refer to as Eda Agaga
Yes.
or red dirt.
Say that again?
Eda Agaga.
Agaga?
Yeah.
Okay. It's at Radio
We
Barragata?
prefer not to use it's in Radio Barragata. We prefer currently not because of the conflict of that, to refer to it by its lot numbers, which are more specific than the place name. Advocacy to us would be from, it's north. You know where Advocacy Elementary School is?
John, on
Yes.
your 101 acres, where is this at in Radio Barragata? I'm familiar with Barragata, so I just want to know
Okay,
where.
It's right across a Wine Rock area.
Right across the Wine Rock?
There's a company there called Ian Corporation. You could access it through that route. If you look at the place map here that we prepared for you.
Got it? Yeah, where?
Yes. It'd be right there. Hawaiian Rock would be right across it right here.
So where it says lot Radio Bergata C Atacao 73 acres, or you're talking about the one further down?
That'll be further north.
That's
About
further
a mile north, yes.
So you want south. You want the one that says Etna Agaga Lalo, right?
Yes, and Lalo, yeah, 101 acres.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Director Birch, just let me make sure we've got Mr. Kando. Oh, Dr. Akimoto. Yes? Is there anyone else who'd like to testify that I haven't called? Okay, Dr. Akimoto.
Thank you very much for allowing all of us to speak finally about this very important topic, and one which I think many healthcare students, medical students, nursing students, both at our university as they get ready to graduate and those throughout the United States looking to come home, are going to find the fruit of this labor important in their decisions to start their careers or continue their careers in their island home. We know that the people at GMH are working very hard to give us health care that we need. And after going through this pandemic, we all realize that a reinvigorated GMH is necessary and will provide the additional strength that our already improving local healthcare system needs to thrive. A fully functional healthcare campus has been proposed, and it will maximize the resources and talents of our homegrown medical team and integrate mental health services, public health services. The vision is correct, and it simply needs to be made incarnate. A year and a half has been spent looking at sites, and tonight we're discussing it, and hopefully the people that are watching online and on TV will be very happy to know that a decision will be made soon to turn earth, break ground, and create whatever structure will be deemed possible given our limited resources. But it seems like there are some factual, objective, tangible factors that need to be clarified tonight, such as what is that limiting factor for having the medical complex at Oka, which is land that the people of Guam already know, already own, and have already invested millions of dollars in making babies, having surgery, living life. And we're hearing tonight that instead of doing those things, we're raising fire ants and rhino beetles and allowing toxic dump sites to exist in the middle of one of the busiest intersections on Guam. And supposedly, this is a place that Chinese developers think is good enough to create a dragon casino, right? Millions of dollars are proposed to be gained by GITA marketing that property, which they've continued to do for years. They're selling that to Singapore. They're selling that to Taiwan. It's not good enough for Guam. We can't have an earthquake in a hospital. We can do it in a convention center. More than likely, San Francisco, Tokyo, every other place in the Pacific Rim in this ring of fire deals with ocean spray and earthquakes and lives with it. We just went through a pandemic when more than 400 people died waiting for GMH to get better. Can we turn Earth soon? Supposedly, we only have 25 acres to work with. That's 3 times bigger than the Queens Medical Center in Honolulu. Somebody said we only had 17 acres. That's bigger than Straub. Then the number went to 35, 44, 55. If we look at the current GMH campus and the mental health facility that the government in Guam controls, that's 101 acres. Do the math. Supposedly, Frank Perez and his family is here, gave the land that we're discussing to build a hospital, and maybe the term was healthcare facility at the time, but he did it in good faith. And we hear tonight that the Guam legislature somehow usurped that good intention and said it could be given out for commercial use. I mean, I don't know how you do that to a family that said, I'm going to give you prime land on the ocean side with a good breeze. Again, you know, it wasn't their fault that they didn't realize the technology, not appreciate an ocean breeze, but it's great land, great enough to develop for Tumon, but not good enough for making babies, not good enough for being very accessible to our tourists who are going to come and play and maybe break a leg down in a hotel. It's in a very good site. It already has well-developed roadways that EMS already has designed into their emergency contingency plans, including the one where the airplane crashes in Barragata Heights. I mean, again, we can recreate all these ideas and visions and solutions, but could we fix Simon Sanchez first before we get too complicated? My contention is our biggest challenge is time. Our community just endured a global pandemic, and we did pretty well. GMH did what it needed to do. Our other hospital facility stood up very well. But you know, this disease turned out to be not as bad as we had feared. And it was caused by a novel coronavirus, which typically doesn't do much more than a common cold. The real problem is that influenza virus that's playing around in chickens over there in China and trying to figure out how to be more deadly, more virulent, and come and infect us here on Guam. We don't have a lot of time. There's other things like, I don't know, war, nuclear fallout. We need to fix GMH yesterday. And a lot of people in here have been doing it all day long, and then they come here. So we'll finish fast. The current hospital has to be made safer. We need to give it the resources to get it accredited while we're arguing or discussing this plan for a better hospital, a better healthcare complex. But what I hope won't happen is like what happened in the 1970s when the current GMH, the one that's still being occupied, was just being completed. At that time, the government of Guam claimed that the land and the building where Adaloop Elementary was located on a earthquake zone and it was too dangerous and it was falling apart and it was toxic and there were fire ants and rhino beetles. And so they told me and my classmates to go home. Because the building was falling apart and the land was toxic, Gov Guam officials probably went to the legislature and said, shut down the school. You know, I really wanted to go to Adaloop Elementary. Not long later, the governor of Guam moved his office into Adaloop, and they still currently occupy the same classroom I was going to use for 5th grade. Let's not lie to the people of Guam and the little children again. If Oka Point is dilapidated and is full of junk, and there's all kinds of stuff, promises made to a bunch of people who have yet to fulfill, you know, the true potential of the land. Because I don't know how you give away 55 acres and not tell everybody else, because Gita still thinks they can market it for a MICE thing. What is it, a convention center? Just don't lie to the kids. That's what they did when they stole Adaloop Elementary School. Don't steal Oka Point from the people of Guam. And certainly, if you're not going to use it for a hospital, give it back to the Perez family. That's the only logical conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akimoto. And just want to make sure everyone who's testified has testified. I mean, anyone who wants to? Okay, thank you. All right. Could we put the map back up? Mr. Borja's map that shows YPAO Point and the NAFTAN site and the Sagan Katuran Chamorro. I just want to make it very clear.
He's got to allow me access.
Pardon?
He's got to allow me access.
They didn't, audio does, can. All right, I want to clarify the map because I'm getting text messages that we are talking about impeding on the plans for the Naftan y Mañanata, and I want to make it very clear that that's not what we're talking about. That property, according to the map from the Department of Land Management, is set aside. The Sagan Cultura Chamorro map property is also set aside. And we still have, according to the Department of Land Management, 27 acres because he's taking out the property that was the former proposed site of the foster home. And he's also taking out the property where they're on the cliff, on the edge of the cliff, where there's a fault and where there is a caves. And anyway, so the estimates are 27 acres. And, all right, so that's, so there's still 27 acres, that's one thing. The second thing is, all of the other lists that I was going to put up came from the Hospital Task Force and Matrix, and they all talk about this point as containing 35 acres. That's what was analyzed, that's what we went through, and yet we're getting a whole different analysis today, and if the director comes back, I want to ask him about that. So I'll start with the CLTC while we're waiting for that map. It's just, Director, can you clarify? You intend to mitigate this property, the trash, the invasive species, and continue with a commercial lease?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we're hoping to be able to move forward with the commercial lease. We're going to keep moving forward until we get word otherwise. With regard to mitigating the fire ants and all of those invasive species up there, we've actually been meeting with the Department of Agriculture. There's a plan that's been put in place. We are hoping to start actually fencing off the area. And it's going to be, there's a whole, it's an entire process.
Right. So I'm just asking if it's possible, right? It's possible to mitigate and prepare the property for commercial lease.
For sure. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And you are working with the Department of Ag and the EPA, and I was wondering, I was going to ask the Director of Department of Ag was just looking at this site because of our hearing today, but that's because you have been working with them on it. I'm not aware of any environmental analysis that was included in the hospital task force discussions or even matrix analysis of any of these properties.
Actually, I think EPA started an investigation several years ago.
For YPAO Point.
For YPAO Point,
yes.
Yes.
That's unrelated to building a hospital there.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm just saying, I think for the rest of the sites, the environmental issues were not part of their analysis, according to their documents. It was not part of their analysis according to Matrix's documents, where they laid out exactly what was analyzed. And all right, I'm not sure what's happening back there. All right, and so let me clarify then. Mr. Birch, I want to thank you for the other potential sites that you are suggesting. Did you ever suggest these to the hospital task force?
They asked specifically for sites in the central part of the island. So, but for our reference and also for what we have available, that's what we placed on the spreadsheet. And of course, with the map to give you a visual view of the actual locations. So it's basically for your reference. And our intent was basically to testify on the 2 sites that were assessed that we're aware of. And one has road frontage along Route 15. That's about, I guess, 2 miles north of what we refer to as Eagles Field. The other one, the 101 acres, that's about 3/4 of a mile north of Eagles Field. It's located right about, one is right across, the 101 acres is located right across from the Hawaiian Rock Products Company. And the Atacao one, the 73 acres, is from the golf course that's further north, and it's all the way up to the intersection to Atacao Elementary School. It pretty much front the roads along that entire way.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you for the maps and being very helpful with this information. Does anyone can confirm for me, I thought I read it somewhere, that the VA is going to build in northern Seabach across from GRMC? No? No one? Okay, I had heard that. And what we're talking about, I'm just trying to distinguish between a place for veterans to make their claims, a place for veterans to be seen like at Seabach, a clinic, and a place for veterans to be hospitalized or to receive inpatient treatment, right? Which they do right now in our hospital, and we have, I don't think anyone in their plan made a plan to exclude them anywhere. We're going to continue to do that. All right. Okay, I'm going to wait for the Department of Land Management to come back before my questions, so I'm going to go to Senator San Augustine. Oh, I'm so sorry. Senator Barnett says he was here first. Senator Barnett, we'll get to you next. Okay.
Okay, I'll go first. You know, number one, Madam Speaker, is that the doctors are not here, but I take offense to anybody telling me that for veterans care, that's a federal issue. I know that Mr. Perez that's here, we're both serving in the National Guard. Veterans' concerns should be everybody's concern. CBOC has never had enough space to address the concerns of veterans. And I see where the gentleman here mentioned, let's get it done. It's no different like when you mentioned they took away Adelup School. Oh, well, that happened many years ago. I was a police officer then when that was taken off. You were still going to school. But on the issue of care, I understand where GMH is coming from when they mention public health, behavioral next door. If it can happen, then so be it. I was the author of the bill that provided the funding that the speaker brought up. And that was my main concern because my father then, who was a senator way back, Speaker Joe T. San Augustine said, if you can find a way to fund and build a new hospital, then build it. And get one done. I pursued that. I was successful. My colleagues joined me and we got it passed. $35 million is ready to go. When the first panel was talking about, this is what they do in Hawaii, that's great. I was waiting to find out, what did it cost in Hawaii? Did it cost $1 billion? Did it cost $2 billion? Most of those facilities are owned by people that have billions of dollars, not 100. It's not a government facility. It's a private industry. They make billions of dollars there. We're not even looking at making millions. We hope. We need to square away the issue of the hospital, the clinics. But that's what concerns me. And as Mr. Bora brought up, many concerns. I'm just surprised that if there is a trash point in Tamuning, EPA, where are you at? Why haven't you addressed that? Why do we have to come up with this being presented saying there's trash? EPA, you should have been involved. We're going to wait until it becomes a emergency concern? Chamorro Land Trust, I understand where you're coming from. It's part of your building of funds to take care of infrastructure and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, we got to build a new hospital. We need to build a multi-clinic, if possible, center. That's what I've always hoped we were going to do. And we got to get it done. And that was not yesterday, but last year. We should have been working on this during the pandemic, when everything was stand down. But we also got to remind ourselves is that whatever we're going to do in building a hospital, we got to keep GMH standing and operating. And when we focus on that, I think we can move forward. But don't make the excuse that we cannot build it here, we cannot build it here, then put forward. Tell us where you're recommending to build it. Not the excuses on why I need it here. You know, I always remind myself, and I tell my colleagues this, if you watch the movie, The Fields of Dream, if you build it, they'll come. Wherever you build a hospital, I'm really hoping it's centralized. I'm surprised. I haven't heard anybody say, why don't we build it on Tizan? Why don't we build it on Tizan? Why don't it be central? It's getting my fanana Tizan. Your stomach is center of your body. If that's the case, then build it centralized. Build it at Tizan. So if somebody's flying in and needs to be entertained, land at the airport, go to the hospital. We're coming up with every reason why we're not building one. Why don't we just get it built? I know that Mr. Bora, land management, will help us and find a way to build it. I know the Paris, the Paris family, when they gave that property, had all the greatest intention to help the people of Guam. And if we can use that property, then let's use it. If we can't, then move on. Not drag this, because it's exactly what the gentleman said about Simon Sanchez. I've been working on trying to get Simon Sanchez done when I was on the board 12 years ago. And we still haven't got it done. Now we're at GMH, and we're not that far away from reaching the 6-year point. And GMH can't be that hard to build. We already identified it's going to cost about $700 million. We know that. We know the magic number. The $35 million to the Gita going to the bond would bring up about $700 million. Get enough grants, we can cover the rest. Get enough assistance from the federal government, who's preparing all the missile defense in Guam, we should be able to succeed. And if we can use YPAO point or the old GMH point, so be it. If we can use another site, Advocacy area or, what's the name? Agaga, so be it. Even the color, you know the name Agaga, it's not Agaga, Managaga here. Let's get it done. Let's not make the excuses. And that's all I've been hearing. Tonight we're supposed to talk about YPAO point, and we've discussed. My colleague here said, which one are we talking about? I don't know. I'm looking at all these maps. Let's stick to one issue. If not, I'll ask the speaker, let's have a second round. Because I went outside to look for doctors. There's nobody out there. Maybe they're somewhere else relaxing. But we need to be able to ask the group, when the panel's up there, finish off asking them questions so when they get off, they're gone. Because I can understand where the doctors come from. Every minute counts. Yes, I know that. When I was a police officer, every minute counts when we arrive at a traffic scene or a homicide scene. Every minute counts. Yes, Guam is not 100 miles long. I don't know of one ambulance when they're traveling on the road on emergency that they're doing 25 miles an hour. I've never seen one do that slow. So my concern is the number one, let's get a hospital built. The people of Guam needs one. And even veterans. And on the issue of GRMC, I went to an open house up there to see the site. They did talk about possibly trying to convince the Veterans Administration to invest with them. Until they invest, until they break ground, it ain't going to happen. Like you said about Adelup, and like we say about Simon Sanchez, until we break ground, we're not going to see a new GMH. But we got to get to that point, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I like to see. I'm hoping I'm not a senator anymore, and then they finally break ground. Or I'm not a senator anymore, and they finally get rid of the trash. EPA should be up there at the old GMH point. Clear it, because nobody expects anybody to trash any of Chamorro Land Trust property or ancestral land or any government Guam property. I think we've been discussing that on other hearings about trashing. And I'm hoping EPA is watching tonight and they're ready to go out there and find out who they need to cite. Because you don't need to look for a VIN number or anything. You know who's been dumping. Send them the citation. Because at the end of the day, they'll probably come to me and say, Senator, can you help us fund this? No, I didn't dump the trash, you did. Write your check. Because that's not the way we do business. If we can tell everybody else in this island, if you trash, you pay the fine, no difference. And on Gita, for Gita folks, I know you're trying to work with whatever you're given to work with, because I've worked with Gita on many issues, and I'm just concerned that whatever program they're giving to Gita, I'm hoping, man, that everybody's trying to be as complete as possible, because Gita's going to do whatever they need to do to find the money, find the means to get it done. But we all got to start working together as one, because at the end of the day, it's all about all of us in here. It's not me, it's not the Paris, it's not Mr. Bor, it's not Ancestral, it's everybody it impacts. We need to work as a team, because it's all about the people of Guam. And that includes veterans. And I'd love to see a new veterans clinic on Guam. May it be in GMH or wherever, but a new clinic. So my fellow veterans don't have to go up there and we're all sitting in the parking lot waiting to be called in, and only 3 or 4 can be inside. Shame, shame, shame. And yes, the federal government pays for any time they walk. I know when they walk in the GMAs, the federal government sends a check. They go to GRMC, boom, they send a check. But we need to get a GMH done, and that's my concern. And being that we're discussing more than EPAO, Madam Speaker, I'd ask that maybe you may want to call another round where we can have the doctors and we can question them. The doctors have made an investment in Tumuni. No doubt about that. Millions of dollars. And I can't believe none of them have made millions of dollars too. You know where I'm coming from. But we all work together. We all shop at the same stores. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator San Augustine. All right, so the Department of Land Management is back, and can we put the map up, please? This is the EPAO point that the bulk of what we're talking about tonight was centered on EPAO point, and I want to show the yellow with red inside. That is the site for the NAFTA and Manyanata. That's the design that was approved by the Historic Preservation, and that they're continuing to work on it. It includes a parking lot, and it is adjacent to the white houses on green. Towards the bottom of the paper is that's the Saugan Katuran Chamorro. All right, so the purple area is what we're talking about, that according to land management is continued to be usable, 27 plus or minus acres usable area. And the yellow square on the top, cut out on the top left of this big lot, that says former proposed site of foster home. It was not used for a foster home, but it was cut out. Right next to that on the yellow little square, as the director pointed out, is the Healing Hearts Crisis Center. This is so everyone knows what we're talking about. We are not talking about, we're talking about the 27 acres now, from 35 down to 27. So again, on the analysis that was provided to, by the task force to the legislature, by the task force to the task force members, and by the task force to the Matrix, its contractor, Oka Point is always listed as 35 acres, and the things that were discussed include utilities, impact on surrounding properties, development constraints, and short-term construction impacts, development impact on property values, jurisdictional issues. Yeah, and so, Mr. Borja, I would like a copy of all the additional information that you provided relative to this one property, EPAO point, and so that, and a separate copy of exactly what was provided to Matrix. Because again, in Matrix's formal report, after being given the information from the task force, they said they are relying on the government of Guam's selection criteria, the data, and its selection of the preferred sites.
Madam
And
Chair,
then the top sites.
you know, just a note on that 27 acres, it shows usable area.
Right.
Yeah. So the entire parcel might be 35, but we're looking at usable area. which is in the pink.
Right, that's what I'm trying to clarify
And
to
this
everybody.
thing about Matrix also, I believe they do have an obligation to also do their due diligence and not just accept a written statement and say, you know, go with it. They are the consultants, they're paid consultants, so they also have a responsibility for due diligence.
Right, but in the report that they submitted in the master plan that is up on GITA's website, that's their language introducing what they've done. And in their analysis, it says DLM alternative site evaluation criteria, meaning Department of Land Management evaluation criteria. And they list it down and they talk about the two sites that they were told to look at, which were Eagles Field and Advocacy. And we're talking about YPAO because YPAO is one of the top 4 sites, according to the task force again, where it recommended the top 4 also includes YPAO. And YPAO, according to an assessment done by GURA, I'm sorry, not GURA, yes, Rates Posna at GURA, that the utilities necessary if the new hospital is going to be built into Mooning would cost approximately $50 million. But if it were going to build a new campus elsewhere, it was going to cost about $200 to $250 million. And of course, that was a general idea. But I just want to make sure that we have all the documents that you are presenting to us, Mr. Borja, and that we have the documents that Matrix relied on. And so, and then one more thing. So none of the documents, either the task force and analysis of the sites or Matrix analysis of the sites, analyzes the availability of federal funds if that certain property is used. And I just want to know if that information is available. Have anyone done an analysis of if we used one particular site over another, that provides to us federal funds? Is anyone, CEO Posadas, are you aware of any of that type of analysis?
No, Madam Chair, I don't recall.
All right. Director Borja, are you aware of that type of an analysis on these sites?
That's not our lane, Madam Chair. We
Okay.
deal with land, but I don't know if any analysis done
All right.
on the availability of federal funds
Okay,
or unavailability for any particular
All right,
site.
I appreciate that. And I don't see in this, what I'm looking at so far, or Gita, are you aware in this master plan, is the federal funds dependent on the site chosen?
Madam Speaker, I'm not aware of it myself. I was working more with Mr. Borja on sites. If anyone at GITA would know, I would say it's our public finance manager, Ms. Cristina Garcia.
Okay, I think that would be extremely relevant, and that if I was going to do an analysis of property, I would want to know which properties come with federal funds or potentially, and which ones would prohibit us from even trying to seek federal funds. I'd like to know that. Thank you. So if that's available, if you could please have that provided to us as well.
I will ask her, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Okay, Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony tonight. Ms. Lillian, I wanted to just ask, because you had mentioned in response to what the doctors had said about not being included or being invited or asked about you said that there was a survey conducted?
Yes, Senator, we sent out a survey to all the doctors and their clinics, and the response we got back was very low.
So what were the results of that survey?
I don't recall the results of the survey, but we have it on file.
What were the questions?
Again, I don't recall the specific of the question.
So it
but,
must
you
not
know,
have been, was it a meaningful, did you feel like the opportunity for input was meaningful?
It was definitely meaningful. It was our communications director who crafted the questions and getting their input as far as what their thoughts are and their insights to this this new hospital.
And the survey was sent
electronically?
Via
it was
email.
Sent out, right,
Would you say that that was the extent of the involvement that was offered to the doctors?
Well, we invite them, you know, so we open the door and they're welcome to
In what way
to
were they
respond.
invited?
To the meetings. We also, They invited me and the governor to their medical executive meeting, and so, you know, the discussions of what have always been there. It's not anything that we were keeping them in the dark. We've been talking about it, you know, liberally. We discussed it, that there will be a new hospital that the task force is looking to pursue.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that, ma'am. It's just a little confusing because, I mean, from most of the doctors that we heard of tonight on the record, I think one of their main complaints was that they were not invited to the table.
Well, I understand their busy schedules, and so maybe they were just so busy that they weren't able to come. But, you know, the communication is there, noticing them, notifying them that we are looking to build a new hospital. So the awareness is there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, wow. I kind of saw this coming, but I don't think I could have wrote it this well. That we would see this, I don't know if to call it backlash, muddying of the water, throwing things at the wall, but I think it's pretty obvious the administration does not support the building of a hospital at Oka or YPAO, right, or SATPON or Tamuning, for that matter. Yeah, but I mean, you guys pulled out all the stops. Wow, fire ants, rhino beetles. If we build a hospital there at Oka, the Chamorro Land Trust lessees aren't going to get their infrastructure. But I mean, they've been waiting 4 years to get their infrastructure. So I think the timing of this is just pretty interesting to me. And
Senator, if I may,
yes, ma'am.
If I may,
Yes,
just
ma'am.
again reiterate, really the goal is to build a hospital
Of course.
in the central area so that all the people of Guam will have access to it.
Right.
You know, regardless of the fire ants, regardless of the rhino beetles, the goal is to make it accessible and centralized.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
But I think this this hearing tonight, for many and for myself, has been cathartic because there are two groups of people who I feel really lacked involvement in this process, no matter what the bureaucrats say, and that would be the people of Guam and the medical professionals. And we've heard it, especially most recently, because as you guys well know, so much of this process for this billion-dollar healthcare complex was conducted in secret, behind closed doors with, well, pretty much no public involvement other than the involvement of the administration. So to hear from these doctors and to hear their testimony, for me, I found it very insightful, and it kind of validated why maybe they weren't invited to the table in the first place, is because what I see here is with this billion-dollar healthcare complex and this idea that we have to have public health and behavioral health and this veterans clinic and doctor's offices and a swimming pool, jacuzzi, or whatever else is included. To me, it's clear that our government has caviar tastes on a Latankatni budget. We want a billion-dollar healthcare complex that it's questionable whether we can afford, even more questionable whether we can staff it. When if we go back to the beginning, and I think that's where we're at now because this is how it should have been done from the start, as with the involvement of the legislature. If we go back to the beginning, I think it's feasible to build a hospital, you know, nothing fancy, right? We don't do too good at fancy, but just a simple hospital for far less than $700 million. And whether it's fault lines or the angering of our ancestors, even though the maps clearly show that the usable acreage would leave the memorial site and the SKC property untouched. It's just, yeah, it's frustrating to hear this, but I like it because at least we're talking together, right? Right? Yeah, I think that's.
But if I may also
yes, ma'am?
interject.
Yeah.
Members of this legislature attended the task force, and so this body represents the community.
If I may interject, though, we
So-
went over this on the floor, and I believe that the member who attended the meeting attended the first couple meetings and then didn't receive any notification. And I might further add that we just got done overriding a veto of a bill that the governor vetoed that required the necessary notification and transparency from this 21st century healthcare task force committee, so I beg to differ, ma'am.
But we haven't had a
And
task
I would
force
also,
meeting.
I would also like to just read this letter, as Dr. Shea had testimony here that he was supposed to read out, however, he had to leave. And this is on the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority letterhead. It comes from the office of the president of the Guam Memorial Hospital medical staff. And so, if you don't mind, testimony in strong support of a new hospital in Tamuning at YPAO Point. And it's addressed to the chair of the committee, Speaker Therese M. Terlaje. I'm writing, dear Madam Speaker, members of the committee, and all senators, I'm writing as the president of the Guam Memorial Hospital medical staff in strong support of building a new hospital on YPAO Point. The GMH Medical Executive Committee already stated we support building a new hospital, and it should be in Tamuning. The MEC consists of all providers, including those employed by GMH and the providers in the community who have privileges at GMH. One of the key critical reasons is the fact that most of our medical staff live within 10 minutes from the current GMH. This is not by chance, but it is because we must respond to life-saving emergencies. The response time is critical for our providers to attend to patients. Without this critical care access for providers, patients would be left with their lives at risk. YPAO Point is many times bigger than the current footprint of GMH, and it has already been tested with a hospital there in the past. What we need is a standalone hospital. We do not need a public health center next to the hospital, and we believe that public health centers are better served Guam's population in the outskirts of the island. Thank you for allowing us to testify. Dr. Jonathan Seidel, President, Medical Staff, Guam Memorial Hospital. Thank you for the opportunity to read that into the record. Ma'am, and I know that you had said that, Ms. Posada said it would be, quote, really great if we could have the CDC laboratory at GMH, right? But not absolutely necessary?
Senator, with the COVID, did you not
I was there.
experience all that?
I was there, yeah.
Okay, well, then that's why it would be very advantageous, very beneficial to have the CDC lab. And who knows what other upcoming infectious communicable disease that we may experience. So to have a CDC lab right close by is more beneficial and very advantageous. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ekimoto, if you could you expand on Dr. Seidel's testimony? Would you be in agreement with it?
I'm not on the medical staff at GMH now, so I'll be speaking as one of the doctors in the outskirts, and as the one that probably should have supported the Eagles Field campus a little more strongly, because I mean our flagship clinic is just down the road, and so it would have been great to have GMH there. But my partner, Dr. Wen, who testified earlier, correctly points out that, you know, as much as we would like to physically be maybe 10 miles closer to, you know, where Umatec and Mauricio and Inarajan, Guam is 35 miles long. And honestly, majority of the people live in Derrida and Jigo, and it's already been shown by the matrix analysis that the Oka Point site is the one that's going to service the most people. It would be great in the future to have perhaps one of those smaller hospital facilities, an ancillary facility which has been talked about in the past to support the people of the South, but by no means is it necessary to put the major acute care facility for the poor people of Guam somewhere else at this point in time. Guam may evolve differently, but at this point in time, the majority of people and our visitors who come in on airplanes to have fun in the sun and are parking themselves, majority in Tuman, I think they would all appreciate that we put it up at Oka Point. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Akimoto. I'm from the South.
I'm from Petey.
There you go. Yeah, and so we
was supposed to go to Adelup. They stole it from me.
You mentioned public health and the Southern Clinic, right?
Yeah.
Which I just have to say, if there had been more investment in that, then, you know, maybe this...
Yeah, it would have been nice if it was open during the pandemic. It was closed because the aircon was broken.
Right, but I mean, these points that are being made about the people of the South and the investment in their health care just fall a little short for me, because we have an opportunity to invest in health care for the people of the South, and we're falling...
Blah, blah.
Exactly, we're falling completely short on that,
We need
as
to turn
anybody in the
dirt.
South will tell you.
Yeah, again, people from the South have been used as human shields, and it took forever to fix the bridge down in Mauricio. It takes forever for the roads in Iran to get paved, but they eventually do, and they don't complain that much. They appreciate what they have, and I think they'd like to have a good GMH. They don't want to go to the hospital. They want to stay home. They want home nursing. They want us to be responsive in the clinics. So this whole idea of putting it down there for their convenience, I'm pretty sure they don't care. Nobody wants to go to the hospital. We need a good hospital, and we need one like yesterday. So we're wasting time right now. Sorry.
No, Doc, please. Anything else? Thank you, Dr. Akimoto. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here tonight. I know it's kind of late, but it's kind of important too as well. I guess I want to start the question by what the impetus and what the reason for us meeting here today is basically to find the best place to be able to build a hospital. And so I guess it comes down to a basic question. And, you know, Mrs. Posadas, Molly, thank you very much for your presentation. One of the things I found very interesting is the need to be able to do certain things, to be able to provide a comprehensive medical campus. But I guess the basic question and the most important question to ask here is, what do we need most? Do we need most to build a medical campus, or do we need most to build a hospital? Because if the answer is we need most to be able to build a hospital, then it basically drastically reduces the land mass necessary to be able to do this, thus expanding and opening up the opportunities for this hospital to be built in other places. I have to agree with the physicians that, and even the general public opinions that were provided in that should be our first and foremost concern. Bill, you mentioned very clearly in your testimony that your opposition to building the hospital at Oka Point was basically because it's built and along a fault line, or it's not enough space. But is that in reference to building a medical campus, or is that in reference to building a hospital that is needed by the people of Guam right now?
I was using the existing GMH as evidence of why I did not support building on YPAO Point, because it's basically the same, as far as all of the issues that have been plaguing GMH relative to earthquake, relative to a corrosive environment, relative to being landlocked. We wouldn't even know where to put an MRI at the current location where we're at, because we just don't have enough space. We don't have enough space for additional outpatient clinics. So we're really looking forward to a new hospital somewhere.
Okay, a new.
The issue of building it collaboratively with behavioral health and public health is because of the silos that have existed between the different agencies in serving the people of Guam. And collaboratively speaking, if we're closer, because there's so many interrelated issues, that negatively impact that care to the people, the continuity of care. That's why we're even bringing OTEC, the Office of Technology, on that campus, so that we can all get electronically connected, so that we're all seeing the same medical record.
Okay, well, I can appreciate and I understand the need and the reasons why. I don't think anybody here would recognize that, in the existing space that we're at, where GMH is at right now, yeah, well, we need to move somewhere. All right? But I'm sure you're very familiar with the prevailing winds of this island, and it comes from the eastern side of the island, right? And so with the size of the island, corrosion is whether or not you stay on the cliff lines of Tumuning or you stay in the valleys of Mongbong Toltomaiti, you're still going to get corrosion. And more especially if you're going along the eastern side, the eastern seaboard of this island where the prevailing winds are, it's going to be just as prevalent. But I think I need to go back to my original concern here is we're wrapped around, I guess one side of the argument is wrapped around needing so much space to build a medical campus, and the other side of the argument is we need to build a hospital. And tonight we heard testimony about hospitals being built in acreage as little as 4 acres. Okay? And there's also concern as to whether or not the capacity that we want to build our hospital to, we're going to be able to fill because we don't even have the staff to be able to fill our current capacity. So that's another argument, that's another discussion that needs to happen here. And I appreciate, the concerns that was brought on by the Chamorro Land Trust and the Department of Land Management with regards to, where the property is at. But the same thing here. I see the Perez brothers sitting back there. And one of the things they wanted to be able to protect is the legacy of their father and the legacy of the family, of why he originally intended to provide the property to the people of Guam, to Guam, for its utilization. And you know what? Just because we've made mistakes and just because we made blunders before about being able to parcel out those properties when they were supposed to be used to build and to improve our health care on this island, I don't know what gave us the right to be able to portion it out and say, now this is all the land mass we've got to deal with. I really hate to say this, but I can just imagine the emotions that's happening with the Parrish family. And then, wait a minute, my father didn't give you so that you can go ahead and build a casino on it. My father gave you this property so that you can improve health care on this island. Which happened to be sufficient enough to be able to build what we need to build. I know that it's not that we need to be able to build a public health facility and a mental health facility and a veterans care facility all in one campus. That's what we want to do. What we need right now is a hospital. And I can attest to this. I can attest to the value and to the importance of having close proximity to many of the specialty services, as you heard earlier from the daughter of the late doctor and Dr. Perez. Because if it wasn't for the proximity of the hospital from the clinic that my wife went to go to check herself in and then getting an anaphylactic shock, I may have lost my wife. I can sincerely and really feel for what she had to go through and her concern. Because for me, it was real life. And it's real life almost every day in some way, shape, or form for an individual who needs help, who goes to the physician's clinic, who goes to a specialty clinic, and then to find that they need to get to the hospital quick, or they'll lose their life. I felt that. And I think that if we were going to consider other places to be able to build a brand new medical complex, which we don't think we need right now, there are other discussions and there are other things that have to be considered, that haven't been considered, that I haven't seen. I haven't been convinced. But what I am convinced of is that we need to build a new hospital. And, you know, from there, we can build upon it. I don't know if it's germane to the subject or the topic or anything. But we're in arrears with our hospital. Shouldn't that be the discussion? We need better facilities for not just our pediatric care or neonatal care. Shouldn't that be the discussion? But we got ourselves wrapped around the size we need because we need to build a campus. We want to, okay, can we qualify this the right way? We want to build the campus. We need to build a new hospital. Big difference. Big difference. Because what we want to build is probably not going to be for another 10, 12 years before the first patient is going to be seen. But we need a hospital today. Can't that be the conversation? To the Perez clan, I'm sorry that you have to sit through this. I read very carefully, not just your testimony, but the other testimonies that were provided. And I have to agree with it. I have to agree with you. Have we somehow forgotten about that? When we needed the help, they came to us. They offered to us, and now we're going to put them to the side because we want to build something bigger than what can fit there? I sat here patiently over the last 3 hours listening, trying to discern and trying to figure, okay, how can this be done? You know how it can be done? Let's build a hospital. Let's change this conversation. Because I think that when we decide and we all agree that that is our priority, we'll find that the land mass and the land that we already have in our inventory where it can be put and ground can be broken in a very short time is right in front of us. From there we can build the other facilities. Bill, you and I, we've been in, and Ms. Posadas, Dr. Akimoto. Technology has changed in the medical field over the last 30 years. It's become easier. 30 years ago, we didn't even start to think about telecommunications or being able to have, teleconference calls or video calls. For God's sake, the surgeon can be in Hawaii and we can still perform it over here, the way technology is today. And the other thing, with regards to, and I have to agree with my colleague here, and with one of the concerns that was brought up here that we always bring up about the people in the South, let me remind us as a community and us as policymakers. One of the reasons why we built the Southern Healthcare Facility is so that we can provide immediate, urgent care. Perform the triage so that we can figure it out from there, so we can save the individual's life, so that once we stabilize him, we can bring him up to the hospital. We forgot about that? Why can't this discussion be about that? At the end of the day, we have to all agree What is it we want to build? Do we want to build a medical campus, or do we want to build the hospital we need? And you'll find out how easy this conversation will be about where the land is at. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Blas. Senator Brown.
I know it's been a long day. This is my third hearing today, and I know we're all tired. I'm sure everyone has had a busy day as well. But I do want to say, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased we are having this engagement. I think it's been a long road to get to where we are tonight, to even have this discussion, have input from members of our community with regards to how they would like to see us move forward in the construction of a new hospital facility. And, you know, I understand the challenges also for those from the administration. I mean, we have some very different perspectives on how to proceed. I mean, the administration's made it very clear what they want. The governor's made it very clear about what she wants. And now we'll deliberate what it is that we would like to see after taking in the input of the public of how to proceed. For myself, I kind of agree with a number of my colleagues. I feel, yes, we support the construction of a new hospital facility. And I see that more as a priority than a hospital complex, because I don't really see the need for a hospital complex. I think that's something that the governor desires and would like to see, and probably be the legacy of her administration. But I still don't understand how we're going to afford it, especially when we're told a month after putting a 22% pay increase to the government of Guam and adding $50 million to the people of Guam for infinity, that we're going to be deficit spending. So I don't know where all this money is going to miraculously come from. We have not always been successful in properly, obviously, maintaining our hospital facility over the years. We've had issues of the maintenance of the facility, the lack of updated equipment, the lack of, current equipment, the lack of maintenance of the facility. I mean, we still hear the same old issues, the electrical panel, the list goes on. I remember when many years ago, Dr. Akimoto called me up because the morgue didn't have proper refrigeration. Basic things that we would need to operate, we've not always had. Now we want to go from that to a facility that we want to sell our people that is somehow going to miraculously change all our problems and everything's going to be wonderful. I think we just need to be financially responsible. We have to ensure that in the construction of this facility, it's going to be maintained and we're going to be able to meet the healthcare needs. We've not been successfully able to do that with the existing building. And I don't like the idea we're trying to sell to our people that our problems are going to be resolved because we have a new building. I look at the Southern High School that was built during the Ad administration and all the hope and promises of building a new facility, an Olympic-sized swimming pool, and look at where we are today. Our inability to properly maintain. We love to build, we love the ribbon cutting, we love the brand new shiny car, but the long-term maintenance is not there. And then the management of it, and how well and successful are we responding to addressing those needs. We don't have a good track record. So I think if we can at least cut the major piece out of this, at least I would be very supportive of moving forward with a new hospital facility and having the input of everyone involved, including the medical community, that we are going to want to be able to service our needs. I don't think we're going to get anywhere by ignoring them and saying, well, we're going to do it the way we want to do it. I mean, I recognize that the investment has been made over many, many, many years in Tamuning. I live in Pago Bay. Having it, in Lalo would be closer to my house, but, the reality is the infrastructure, not just the physical infrastructure, but just the fact that the clinics and the investments that have been made over the years, the access to the medical professionals, which is very critical. It's an area we need to have more investment in so that we can have the medical resources available to support the hospital. I think those are basic things. And there's some things I recognize we're not going to be able to provide here. We just don't have the population base that's going to provide all the specialties and all the, I'd love everything under the sun, but we can't afford, as our colleague relayed earlier, we just don't have all the resources to do everything we want. We just don't. I mean, there's a lot of practical things this upcoming budget we're not going to be able to fund that are critical to our community. So I just want to proceed and let's focus on the location. We may not agree. I prefer Oka Point personally myself. If I got to make a choice, I would want to put it there. It's convenient. And then I think we need to make a decision, what are we going to do with the old building? I was there at Guam EPA with the old GMH when, you know, things weren't properly secured when they were addressing the closure of the old GMH. I mean, you talk about, you know, fetuses. Goodness, we saw body parts in formaldehyde. We had running sewage coming out of there, water leaking because they were not properly capping any of the utility infrastructures there. The hospital was abandoned. Paper all over the place. Medical beds, everything was just left in total disarray. There was no proper exodus out of the old GMH. There was no, well, maybe we'll donate the beds. Maybe we'll do something to sanitize the building. I mean, people were coming there and they were taking aluminum shutters off the facility and stealing whatever they could out of there. So the government did a terrible job, absolutely terrible job with regards to property exiting the building and not even addressing were we going to demolish it, we were going to convert, what were we going to do with it? It's only years later that eventually the building was demolished, but we did a terrible job with that. So I think we need to also, as a companion, make some real decisions about what are we going to do about the existing facility. Is it something that could still be used to service medical needs, or is it something we can convert to another use? But I think those decisions need to go hand in hand. But I have to tell you, quite frankly, I'm not sold on the idea, and I've made that very clear previously. I'm going to make it clear tonight. I am not sold on the idea of a medical complex. I don't think in this day and age of technology that that's absolutely necessary. I don't think we can afford it. I'd rather invest in a hospital facility that we can maximize the opportunity to serve as many of our people to the best of our ability and with the level of care that we can. And the other areas and the other departments, you know, can proceed as they are, and we can improve them as we have the funding and resources to do it. So that's my view, Madam Speaker. I hope this is only one of a number of other public discussions that we will have with regards to the construction of a new facility. I hate to see this as a tug of war between ourselves and the administration. I mean, ultimately, if we have to do legislation to determine where we're going to locate this facility and to the degree we're going to, and the amount of money we're going to invest in it, then so be it. You know, we'll have to see where the votes come down. But I think decisions need to be made. And if we don't agree, then we don't agree. You know, we just have to do what our respective roles and our respective authorities are. And if we have to make policy, hopefully we will have the votes to override the governor's objection. I'm sure she will adamantly continue to object in this process during her term, and that's fine. She's free to do that. But we as policymakers really need to make a decision on the priority once we get more information. And then let's just put it down on the table, put it in a bill, and let's vote on it, and let's move on from there. So with that, I know it's a late evening. Sorry to go on, but I might as well say what I got to say. And thank you for your patience also and your contribution, regardless of what your view is on this issue. But I appreciate all your collective input with regards to this discussion. With that, Madam Speaker, I have no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brown. I have a couple more questions while you're here, if you don't mind. Okay, so I want to make sure. Now, I have no actual personal preference as to where the hospital is located. I want a hospital as soon as possible. I too am, I've asked public health repeatedly during our hearings when they talk about a complex, what exactly does public health need, why do they need to be attached to the hospital? And we've asked for something in writing. We got a plan for rebuilding their building or for building them an office space. Most of it describes 8 to 5 operations and offices. So I still am concerned that if we are going to limit our options as to locations because we need to attach public health and behavioral health, that is a really sound policy. We don't see it with many other hospitals, St. Luke's, all these other big hospitals. I don't see that. So I want to see why we are going to tie ourselves location-wise for that policy, and I've asked for public health to respond at several hearings, and they have not responded. So we have also heard in the news about behavioral health expanding their current facilities. They've got grants, they're doing awesome, and they're going to expand their inpatient facilities, everything. We've also heard about, the CBOC, another one being built. But my concern is this. So in the plan that Matrix came up with, I want to make sure that when they are analyzing sites that we are clear, and they have been clear now, that they didn't really analyze the sites. They took our criteria and our analysis and incorporated it into their plan. So their plan is based on site assessments done by the task force. Thank you for your work. And based on the parameters that we're talking about here. And none of these includes environmental. I don't think an environmental analysis was done on all the properties, perhaps maybe only on the YPAO point you said you did in preparation of this hearing. The closest I can find in this comparison criteria is land use or zoning compatibility, and YPAO point scored the highest, Advocacy scored the lowest, and Eagles Field scored in the middle. But there's no other like particular to environment. But these are my questions for you, and maybe the doctors here and the CEO of the hospital can talk about this. So in the master plan, Matrix says they're going to build 1 4-story hospital and a 3-story administration building. And I want to know, is there anything that prevents us from building our administrative offices on top of the 4-story hospital or underneath it or anything? Is there anything that prevents that?
Those were our conceptual thoughts of it as far as how we envision this hospital. And in that administration wing, we're also looking to have, as what Dr. Shea said, medical clinics or medical quarters, so that if the doctor is on call, he can then stay within the compound, so that if there is an emergency, that doctor can then just go into the hospital. So that was what we were thinking. Our thought process was then to have that available. You know, when we bring on board.
So we want administrative building, but nothing to prevent that.
It's not just administrative.
Well, this one says administrative building and a 4-story hospital, separate. 3-story admin building and a 4-story hospital. So there's nothing to prevent those from being combined. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, we could combine it.
All right.
Yes.
And then a single-story pharmacy. Is there something that prevents us from combining the pharmacy into the hospital building, a single building?
We have a pharmacy for inpatient medication dispensing, but what we're experiencing also and what has been brought to our attention is, you know, public health and behavioral health, they do have some pharmacy, but they're not 24/7. Not like GMH, we're 24/7.
Right.
But we only cater to the inpatient clients. And so when public health clients need something and, you know, their pharmacy is only 8 to 5, we would like to be able to collaborate with them that those patients who are outpatient, who need their medication, their medications can be filled after hours.
All right.
Because we're open.
Is there anything preventing us from doing that in a single building together with the hospital? Like Naval Hospital does that, outpatient pharmacy.
Okay.
They have it inside their current hospital, right?
We could put it inside with the inpatient pharmacy.
Okay.
Yes.
And then a single-story laboratory. Now, I know right now our hospital has laboratory inside the hospital.
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you, do we need to have a single-story separate laboratory that's different from every other hospital I've ever been in? Is that just the CDC lab or every lab?
No, CDC lab is different.
Okay,
They
so
have different funding.
all right, so we don't need a single story necessarily. We don't need a single story
We can again
laboratory separate from the hospital. Is that
We
correct?
can incorporate them into that 4-story.
So if we're land
hospital.
short, we can combine all these things into one building.
We can.
Okay.
Certainly.
And is there anything that prevents us from including in our new hospital a hyperbaric oxygen treatment?
In the new hospital?
Yes.
To prevent us from having a...
Yeah.
No, we can have it again
We should-
within the hospital.
Should
Sure.
we have one?
We don't have one right now at
We
GMH.
don't. GRMC does.
GRMC does, but they
Do
don't
you
have
think
a
we should have
physician.
one?
I think so.
Okay.
It really helps with the decubitus wound healing. Yes, it's very advantageous.
Okay,
very
great. I agree.
beneficial.
And then the inpatient rehabilitation services. Are we planning, is our task force planning not to have that? Inpatient rehabilitation services?
No, it's in the hospital.
We're going to have that.
Yes, as we do
Inpatient
now.
hemodialysis.
We do that too.
We're going to do that too? We do that right now? A pediatric intensive care unit.
We have that now. We are the only hospital that
An
provides.
interventional radiology facility that can be used for cardiac catheterization.
We have that now, but because it's very limited
Okay.
space for that.
The reason I'm asking these are because these are what the Admiral noted in a press conference that would be services required in a hospital if they were going to participate in. And is there anything in our plans or in the task force meetings or plans that prevents Guam from building these things into their hospital?
Into the new hospital or for the
Yes.
current hospital?
New hospital.
No.
All right, and is there anything that prevents the new hospital from availing itself of military or their dependents and billing as you do now?
We accommodate the veterans and we accommodate very rarely the military spouses or dependents because they are able to access Naval Hospital. But the veterans, especially if they have end-stage renal disease, they don't have that at Naval Hospital. So they get transferred to GMH.
Sure. And Medicaid and Medicare, we intend our new hospital to also avail of
Be
that.
certified.
Right?
Yes.
And I also asked earlier for a list of federal funds, if there are any available because of a certain property, that we'd like to see that. And what about, is Guam's designation as a medically underserved area going to be affected by the site location of a new hospital?
We are a medically underserved territory, yes. That's been established. And so I apologize, I don't understand the question.
I'm just asking, that's not going to depend on where we build the hospital, right?
No.
Okay. Okay. Because I'm trying to make sure that when we're ruling out YPAO point or any other point that's been ruled out previous to today, that we're using the criteria that we really need, that is absolutely necessary, that is not, just catered to, I don't know, results. I mean, results of which site we're going to end up with. So if all of these things can be built in a single building, and that we can build a building, it's very clear to me we can build a hospital on 27 acres or 25 acres based on hospitals that have already been built, including St. Luke's. So I just want to, again, just get a very, very clear idea of why we're limiting ourselves. And, all right. Dr. Shea, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to come back. Actually, I came back from the hospital because I guess your broadcasting is on YouTube. Some of my colleague was watching and said, I got to go back because we want to make sure that we set some records straight. And I think one of the questions was asked was the administration involving the medical staff in the discussion of building a new hospital? The answer is no. Is no. And that's an honest answer. I don't work for GMH. I don't work under the governor. And the reason why we brought those issues up is because you have to listen carefully of what they say, right? Awareness, yeah, they were made aware. Yeah, I'm making you aware of, I'm making Bill here aware, Lillian aware, that our maternity ward is in shambles. 10 years ago, I'm making you aware, but nothing is done. But the fact is, I think we need to remember that it's perhaps that they know the medical staff is against Eagles Field from the very start. That's why we weren't called in to be involved. That's just a guess, an assumption. But I think at the end of the day, the medical staff has got to be the central to this. Because you can't just say, we want to make it central for the patients. Because if you can build it down south, but if you have no doctors going down there, what's good is that center. It ain't going to be any good. The issue about the fault zone, I've been hearing that since the 27 years I've been here. I've been through several earthquakes, several typhoons. The entire island is on a fault zone. The Hilton is on a fault zone, it's still standing. They built 4 big stories along Oka next to the GMH, 4 huge, I think a 24-story, 25-story condominium right along that fault line, and it's still there. I don't see a problem there. Corrosion is the other issue. My car is corroded. It's not in Tamuning, it's parked in the central part of the island in one of my friend's house, and it's corroding. So again, I don't think these are the issue these are just excuses. As far as the footprint, when we talk about the footprint, and we talk about this over and over and over again, and, it's so frustrating to keep repeating because when we talk about footprints, you look at the other island hospitals in Hawaii, it's not built upon huge, big properties. We don't need 100 acres. We don't need even 40 acres or 20 acres or even 10 acres. Look at the example of our island hospital. Hawaii medical system is one of the best in the country. The outcome is excellent. We have 97 to 98% of the people in Honolulu, the state of Hawaii, insured. Insured. That means they will not fall through the gaps when it comes to healthcare. And I'm from Hawaii, I grew up there, but I've been living on Guam for 27 years. The other issue I want to bring up is this 1 billion figure that's been throwing around. And I've gone through this entire page of this Guam Medical Campus Plan, and I have no idea where that 1 billion figure is coming from. I have no idea what are they predicting per bed of the hospital or behavioral health. I have no idea where this money is estimated to come up to 1 billion. And I've heard some consultants say maybe it's 2 billion now because 1 billion was 3 years ago. That's like 12 million for the maternity ward that's supposed to be built 4 years ago. I don't see anything on the GITA. And GITA is supposed to be the financial wizard, economic development group, right? I don't see the figures here. Nothing. This entire Guam Medical Campus really is not about the hospital. It's about page 1 of this project overview, and I kept looking at that. Table of contents, medical campus requirements. Doesn't say anything about hospital. It talks about public health center, behavioral health center, pharmacy, CDC, assisted living, VA clinic, medical provider office. That's the main project overview. There's no hospital in here. So this is no good. This is like a project that's like a smorgasbord of food that you want to eat, and you're diabetic and you can't eat those food. Your blood sugar is going to go so high, it's probably going to go into a coma. But in reality, urgency is the hospital. The urgency is not building public health next to the hospital. That should be in the outlying clinics. I keep saying that. Now, I wrote all this down, and I think GITA, one thing I noticed about this Guam Medical Campus report, and I think, Speaker, you hopped on it. Eagles Field's out. What is the next highest number that's conducive to this plan? It's YPAO point. It's on here. It's ranked above the other site. So that's the next plan B. Plan A is out, plan B. But then I hear about these rhino beetles, asbestos. I don't know where that came from all these years. If we know there's asbestos there, if we know there's a hazard there, what is GovGuam doing not cleaning it up and just leave it at that site? Because I see people walking in and out of there. If you know that's a hazard, don't you think GovGuam responsible for cleaning that up? I would think so. So we better start because time is ticking, right? So this is my comment on as far as pollution, et cetera, goes. I'm surprised that if it's that bad, the EPA didn't go and find that land there because it's accessible, you can go in. The issue regarding pharmacy, I think, Speaker, you harped just right. Everything that, and I've been in the Navy before too. I worked at the Naval Hospital for 4 years. I know exactly what the Admiral was asking. The one point that the Admiral did not note, and it's probably because he wasn't in the healthcare field, is a neonatal ICU. You can talk about pediatric ICU, but what about the baby that's born premature? The baby that's born with complications? We don't have a neonatologist on Guam. We need a neonatal ICU. You know the neonatal ICU at GMH is? It's in a 10 by 10 foot room with 4 incubators that's in there. It's still like that. And I brought up that point here before in the legislature. William knows, Lillian knows. I keep talking to them about it. They probably hate me for bringing this up, but I'm not trying to be a bad guy here. I'm not trying to badmouth GovGuam, but what I'm talking about is 27 years of experience walking through the halls of a local hospital. 27 years that I could have left Guam before, but I'm still here. Guam keeps bringing me back, and it's because I love this island for the people here. but we need to do something. And I think hospitals should be a priority and not this big smorgasbord. So I think EPOW point should be looked at because he's also been Gita's plan that's by the numbers is ranked number 2 behind Eagles Field. I think we should focus on that. And I hope that, after this hearing that we can move forward together. And if you ask me to help, I'll help. I don't hold grudges. Lillian's smiling at me. I'll probably give her a hug after this, but at the end of the day, I'm still going to tell Will here, hey, the door at GMH and labor and delivery is still broken, 6 months, still there. We don't have a neonatology. We don't have a NICU. Our bathroom toilet doesn't flush. I'm still going to say that. Joint Commission have one thing, right? It says to speak up. And I've been speaking up. All these years. So I hope we can get something done. And if we can all work together with the legislature, be transparent about it, get us involved. I've been here for 27 years. Get me involved. You don't have to pay me. I'll give you my advice. Sometimes I can pretty blunt, pretty straightforward, but it's good advice. It's free. And it's experienced advice. And I think I've done pretty good on Guam with doing a higher standard of care than what GMH can provide as far as the maternal fetal medicine go. And that's really what I have to say. So ask me questions if you want. You got 27 years of medical staff right here.
Thank you, Dr. Shea. And anyone else on the panel need to say anything very quick? Otherwise, Senator Barnett, we'll wrap it up. Any other final questions?
I do, but I think Mr. Mendiola raised his hand, sir.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Just for the senators and Dr. Shea's information, one of the reports that is available on the medical campus website is entitled GMH Needs Assessment. Because of the fact that the hospital was the most important, it pretty much got its own this one was the biggest 2,000 pager with regards to hospitals. So, Doctor, if you look on that website, the same place?
Yeah, if you can send me the link, I will look at it for you.
Okay.
How many pages is it?
It's like a 2,000, 3,000 pager. It's gigantic. It focused that entire report is just for GMH. It was a needs assessment.
Does it have the maternity, the mom and babies in there too?
I don't remember.
It's come on. If you don't remember, how am I supposed to remember?
Thank you.
I'm sure, sir, if it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Mendiola.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Shea. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Shea, for coming back. And again, I want to thank the panel for their testimony. I just really wanted to kind of expand on what I feel is a very interesting conversation and discussion proffered by our minority leader, Senator Frank Blas Jr., who is basically the titular head of the Republican Party in the 37 Guam legislature, and also the head of the Democrats in the legislature, Speaker Therese Terlaje. And I think that it's interesting that we could have two individuals who are on opposite political ends asking the same kind of questions. And I agree with Senator Blas and Speaker Terlaje that the real reason why we cannot move forward in this conversation for the good of the people of Guam is because we are just hell-bent on this medical complex idea. And I think we were limited with the Lalu site because we had to deal with the limitations that the Admiral was putting on the people of Guam. Simply we couldn't build up because they were going to shoot missiles over the hospital, and I don't know what the reason was, but we just couldn't build up, right? And I think when we hear information that the speaker has offered that Guam Behavioral Health has federal funds and they plan to expand on their existing footprint, well, that just tells me that the Guam Behavioral portion of the medical complex is unnecessary. And then when we hear from the doctors about the involvement of public health with GMH, which appears to be not enough to warrant its placement in a medical complex, and again, to quote Lillian, it would be really great to have the lab there, but I don't believe it's a necessity that warrants this medical complex. And so I think if we just get our heads out of the pie in the sky of this medical complex and we come back to ground zero, which is that I agree we need to build a new hospital. And when I hear on the record the administration's main healthcare executive saying that we can do all these things that the Admiral talked about, that we can do all these things that the governor talked about, and we can do them in one facility, one hospital, And it wouldn't require 100 acres because we don't need to spread it out to meet the parameters that the military was putting forward on us. I think if we just come to terms with that, we can move forward very quickly. But I mean, it's really on the administration because as we conduct this hearing, they're posting on Facebook about a medical complex, which I just don't think is realistic. I just don't see it. I don't think we can afford it. I don't think we can staff it. I don't think it's necessary because I believe we still have to invest in the public health facilities that we do have, and we're investing in behavioral health. We're hearing, you know, very good information about the construction of a CBOC clinic that the federal government's going to build in the north in anticipation of, you know, an increase in troops and veterans coming to Guam. So I think that we have been successful in blowing the validity of a medical complex at the cost of $1 billion out of the water tonight. And I just hope that we can continue to move forward, you know, honestly. And I appreciate your honesty, Lillian, and you know, addressing the panel of senators here. But again, I got to say, I think the takeaway, as someone who's come from the media and digesting this hearing, for me, the big takeaway is that we have heard from the top healthcare expert in this administration that we can do all of these things in one facility, a hospital, without the need for a sprawling $1 billion medical complex. And if we're going to continue to throw things on the wall of this location, like the fire ant infestation, the rhino beetle, it's petroleum contaminated, it's haunted. I mean, they got cockroach too, or what? But if, you know, I mean, it's just it just seems a little ridiculous to me because, you know, if we're going to have that conversation, then we never got to have the conversation about just how contaminated Lalu is. And trust me, the fire ants would be the least of the worries up at that site. But we didn't hear any of you guys, we didn't hear much of anything about Lalu because it was all conducted in secret. And so I get the politics that's going on here is that, you know, you were here for whatever reason to dispel, discount, and discourage the selection of this site as you know, the potential location for a new hospital and not necessarily a medical complex. And I would just say that we need to get past the medical complex or sell us on it, because I think it's clear for the actions of this 37 Guam legislature that we are just not sold on the idea of a medical complex. And we begged the governor, lieutenant governor, to come to the People's House and to tell us why it was such a great deal for the people of Guam. That never happened. And so if there's an unwillingness to sell us, to include us on just how great a medical complex is, then I say that ship has sailed. And we move forward with what we have in front of us. And God forbid if we don't want to utilize this site, which, you know, you yourselves have said is feasible at the very least, then why don't we give it back to the Perez family? Why would we take this property that they gave the people of Guam to improve our health care and turn around and try and make money off it by building a casino or allowing some foreign entity to come in and use this property when it was given to us for the benefit of the people of Guam? Not a business, the people of Guam. And if we're not going to use it for its intended purpose, which I hope we can, I hope we do. I really want to build a new hospital. I'm not trying to obstruct anything. We need a new hospital. When you talk about the proximity, you know, to kind of, again, expand on what Senator Blas said, you know, my oldest son was born at Sagua. Wonderful. One of the best experiences I've ever had, and I've had it 5 times. But a few minutes after he was born, the nurse detected an irregularity in his heartbeat. And the ambulance came to Sagua, and we were transported over to the Guam Memorial Hospital, where my son spent several days in the intensive care unit. And so I too feel, and I don't have 27 years of experience, I don't have 40 years of experience, but I have experienced a situation like that, and I think that's why we're having this conversation about the proximity of a hospital facility to these clinics. It's not about convenience for the doctors. And I know that this argument has been, you guys have tried to paint it that, oh, it's about just the doctors live close. That's not what it's about. It's about saving lives. And again, I'm not a doctor, but if a doctor tells me that we can save more lives by shortening the amount of time it takes to get to the place where we save the lives, then pardon the phrase, I am all in on that. And so again, I want to thank you. I feel like this, like I said, has been a very therapeutic hearing. It's very productive, uncomfortable, sure, right? But we didn't get the opportunity to ask a lot of these questions because of, again, the process that was underway until we fought very hard to protect our responsibility and role as a separate but co-equal branch of government by overriding the veto. And when we got the opportunity to look at this deal that everyone is so sold on, what happened? What happened when we overrode that veto? The governor and they basically said that it doesn't exist anymore. And so I just would beg you, and you know, if you guys go back to the cabinet meeting, you know, just have that conversation that we can really move forward for the good of our island and build a hospital if we just get over, like Senator Blas had said, what we want and start addressing what we need. And so again, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I know it's a late night. We've had plenty of these in the 37 Guam legislature, and I thank you guys for your input.
Thank you, Senator. All right, so there is one part of the assessment that Matrix did itself. Senator Blas? Go ahead, please, yeah.
Well, thank you again, and thank you for being here. But I just, interesting observation. We've been here for about 4 hours. And we've talked very passionately, okay, very deliberately about the need to build and rebuild our hospital. While on another side, there is a need to try to defend the building of a medical health complex. But I want you all to take a look around. I see GMH here. I see the doctors who work at GMH here. I see the family who turned over property to build a hospital. I see the interest of both the Department of Land Management and Chamorro Land Trust in trying to defend their, you know, the concerns and their interests there. See Gita ready to answer any question they may have with regard to it. See the mayor of Tumuning because it's possibly going to be in her village. But I haven't heard in the last 4 hours anything that justifies the need to be able to build, to put public health in this facility, to defend that, or to put behavioral health in this facility, or to defend that. What I saw was a defense and a need to be able to build a hospital. If it was this administration's concern and will to be able to build that health center of excellence, that health campus, where are the representatives from the other agencies to defend it? Thank you, Lil, for being here to continue to defend that we need to build a hospital and we need the care. I appreciate your valiant effort to try to keep it together, but you're a hospital administrator, not public health or mental health, or the other ancillary facilities that are supposed to be there. I had 4 hours to try to defend it. They failed. Let's build a hospital. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blas, and to all my colleagues and to all of you for your testimony tonight. Yeah, I looked again at the analysis done by Matrix, and as I said, it was based on the analysis done by the government of Guam, except for one part, and that is the drive time analysis. So the drive time analysis, they reviewed Eagles Field, Atacao, and YPAO Point. Estimated population served within 10 minutes, which they deemed to be desirable. Atacao was 8.6% served within 10 minutes. Eagles Field, 10.6% served within 10 minutes. YPAO Point, 24.4% served within 10 minutes. And then population not served within 30 minutes, it's the reverse, of course. Atacao is 17% not served within 30 minutes. YPAO Point is 16%, and Eagles Field is 14%. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. And then, so to follow up, I'm hoping to receive any other information. That I want to see the correspondence given to Matrix that they relied on to put this site analysis into their plan. I'd like to see any and all other environmental assessments that was done on any of the other properties listed in this list of sites that were looked at and ruled out. Environmental assessments like the ones described today for YPAO Point. And I would like to see the documents relied on for YPAO Point today. Also, so Lillian, at a previous hearing that we had, we talked about the survey of the doctors, and I asked you, what are the results? And you said you didn't know at the moment. I've never seen those results, and if those are available, I'd like to see them. And I asked you at the time, and you said you didn't know, were the doctors surveyed on site, on the location of the hospital, or the site preference for the hospital? And I think the answer is either no, or you didn't know. So I just want to confirm that again, that if they were surveyed, I know you told me you surveyed those doctors in the hospital for what they would like to see in the new hospitals, the services provided. But please clarify if you surveyed doctors outside the hospital and whether those questions were included as to site. All right, so everyone, again, we're all here for the same purpose. We're trying to build a hospital. It's not the legislature's decision where to build the hospital, but some of these properties will require legislative action if we're going to use those sites. Some of these, but we do want to assist in getting the information very straightforward and interpretable by the people of Guam. So thank you again to all of you for
Madam Speaker,
your
if I
testimony.
can interject one point. I know that you mentioned the drive time analysis,
Yes.
which was a good point, because when I read this drive time analysis, and they don't take into account medical staff. They're talking about the population accessibility to these sites, these 3 sites. But if you look at, it says on top here, drive time critical element, allied hospital medical facility setting, the time you take to reach emergency trauma facility, substantial difference in whether death or serious injury will result. You gotta include the medical staff. You can't just assess accessibility for patients. Your patient can arrive there, but you have no medical staff. So that's critical in this assessment. So again, this matrix is completely flawed if you're gonna try to build a hospital. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shea. Thank you again to all of you, even those who've left already for their testimony. And this hearing, I'm going to adjourn it. It is 9:15 p.m. Thank you very much.